Planning Commission on February 22, 2024. You'll note on our agenda we have had one case withdrawn. It's 540 Cherry Street Southeast. So that will not be a case that we will hear today, and there are no specific plans for the future at this time. The way we'll work through our cases today is we will have staff present to the commission the details of the case. We'll invite the applicant up to add any additional detail they would like to about their application and take questions from the commission. Then we will turn to the public for a public hearing where members of the public are welcome to come up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and take up to 3 minutes to share your thoughts on the case. After that, we'll invite the applicant back up for any additional discussion, and then the commissioners will deliberate and make a decision. We do have in front of us up here in our packet some draft resolution language that staff prepares both in favor of and against each application. And so if we do read from that from time to time, but it is in no way nothing is a foregone conclusion. And there are bathrooms down the hallway if those are needed. And then we'll ask our commissioners, do we have any conflicts of interest to report?
I do serve on the board for Habitat for Humanity, who is up in our first agenda or 2 agenda items. But otherwise, yeah, I don't have any financial stake in the projects per se, but.
Yeah, we'll do one at a time, yeah. So I think the question is, do you have additional information about the projects or the cases that the rest of the commission wouldn't have access to?
I don't believe so. I mean, the board's not really involved in the day-to-day decision-making around specifics of the projects or anything like that. And the board meets quarterly, so not significantly.
Would you like me to review the conflict of interest definition? A conflict of interest may include, but is not necessarily limited to, the following: issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case concerning him or her; issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case concerning work on land owned by him or her, or which is adjacent to land owned by him or her; issue, deliberating, or voting on, reviewing a case involving a corporation, company, partnership, or any other entity in which he or she is a part owner of, or any other relationship where he or she may stand to have a financial gain or loss; issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case in which which is an action which results in financial benefit to him or her; issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case concerning his or her spouse, children, stepchildren, grandchildren, parents, brothers, sisters, grandparents, parents-in-law, or members of his or her household; issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case where his or her employee or employer is an applicant or agent for an applicant, or has a direct interest in the outcome.
Obviously, I don't think there's a financial interest here, but I am wondering about the perception of the ability to be impartial and where that might come into play. Obviously, you have a desire as a board member to see them succeed, and I don't know what role this project plays in the success of Habitat. I don't know if Mr. Hooker can weigh in and.
Yeah, I think I agree, Kyle. I don't see a direct implication under any of the bylaws, the enumerated conflicts, although that's not an exhaustive list, so I think I'd just entrust the discretion of the planning commissioners on their feelings.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Does the board like vote on whether the organization moves forward with these projects, like budget kind of things?
In a very broad general sense, right, in the concept of, yes, do we take some of this property and, so that some of that discussion did happen at the board level, but I don't even know that it was a vote. There's an executive committee that would vote on the more detailed things, but really the board provides oversight and guidance, generally speaking, and so it doesn't get involved in day-to-day operational decisions such as that.
I think I agree with Kyle in the perception, if I'm a board member, that I want this to pass as part of you have dual jobs here, that it might be best for you to abstain. Just throwing it out.
One other question for Mr. Hooker. Is there such thing as precedent being set with yes or no, they have a conflict in this situation versus another? I feel like in the past, we've come down on both sides of this when someone is loosely affiliated with an applicant but not directly financially tied to them. And I'm wondering if that is a thing that can happen or not. Yeah.
I don't think there'd be any binding precedent. I think it would be perception of the process and consistency for the board.
I just wanted to hear other thoughts before I make a motion.
Just one question. Did I hear you say that you saw this case before it came to us at some point?
So yeah, I didn't see the specific application, but as a board member, we have been kept up to date with how the development plans have been progressing and what the plans have been. So yes, in that case, yeah.
I do think, I don't know that there's necessarily precedent-setting decisions with this, and I think we can take them on a case-by-case basis. I think in a situation like this, it's probably safest to say that you do have a conflict or the perception of a conflict, even if it's not an actual conflict. So I guess I'll make the motion that Commissioner Yonker does have a conflict on this case, or these two cases, I suppose.
I'll support.
We have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, thank you. Mr. Swim.
So I'm going to try to say this as clearly as possible. I may have a conflict of interest for 662 Leonard. My current employer, so I'm employed by Pure Architects, and the owner of Pure Architects, I believe, has an ownership stake in the development at 662 Leonard. It is separate from my employer. I found out about this project in the application, so I haven't worked on it. That was a question that we had before, and I have no financial ties to this application.
With a list of things that Kristen read earlier, it felt like one of those towards the end was anything related to your employer at all.
It reads, issuing, deliberating on, voting on, or reviewing a case where his or her employee or employer is an applicant or agent for an applicant or has a direct interest in the outcome.
But Pure Architects doesn't, but one of the owners of Pure Architects does.
Do they not? I mean, Pure Architects logo is all over everything that was submitted.
Oh. Sure. Okay. That's fair.
It doesn't matter to me either way. It's just, I'm just trying to be as clear as I can. Like last time we had a project by Pure Architects, and then I was actually surprised when somebody asked me if I'd worked on the project. So I was just, yeah, I'm fine with it either way.
I think since, while it may be an owner of Pure Architects also has an interest in this project, I think it's gray enough that it makes sense for perception that you would have a conflict on this or the perception of a conflict. So I'll make that motion.
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, thank you. Any other conflicts of interest to report? Okay, and we'll move on to our first case. Elizabeth.
This is the first of two cases that are associated with or requested by Habitat for Humanity of Kent County. This is part of a phased development project in the area of Pleasant and New. And we'll be getting into that more. The subject application is for 425 Pleasant, this larger parcel, and 535 Pleasant. They're both zoned TN LDR, Traditional Neighborhood Low Density Residential. Habitat is proposing the reuse of the existing Habitat Kent offices for office, but not for their use, for a different use, and for a preschool. They're also proposing the construction of 20 affordable homes in 10 attached duplexes. This is being proposed to be facilitated via a planned redevelopment district. Actually, I will go back here. So the subject property is addressed in the Grandville Avenue Area Specific Plan, and that was approved in 2017. The area is in the yellow area, which is identified as detached residential. That area indicates that the housing within this area is currently scaled to match, or is to be scaled to match the existing pattern of single-family detached homes, while also promoting appropriately scaled duplex home and carriage houses. It indicates that encroachment of other patterns of development in traditional business area, industrial or mixed use should be strictly forbidden. There was also a zoning ordinance text amendment that was adopted in late 2017 that did codify this recommendation to prohibit multiple family development in the TNLDR zone district of the Granville Area Specific Plan. However, we have, staff has made the interpretation that, this, well, actually, let me back up here. So I guess staff has made the interpretation that this does meet the purpose and intent of the area-specific plan, because they talk about the form of attached single family and duplexes, and that is what is proposed here. In addition, although the recommendation for no commercial in that area exists, the building on the site is currently being used by Habitat as their offices, and it was previously an elementary school from the 50s, I believe. So I wanted to just mention that to sort of set the stage for what is being proposed here.
The development site is on the north side of Pleasant, and it includes two lots of about 3 acres. And 425 Pleasant has a former GRPS elementary school from 1953 and is currently housing Habitat's offices. And there's a community garden and pavilion behind. So both the pavilion and the accessory structure in the garden area, as well as the office use, were established by variance. The other site, 535 Church Place, has a portion of a church on the site. The main church structure was demolished in 2017, and Habitat purchased the property in 2022. So the slide, let's see here, demolition plan, soil erosion, site layout plan. The the slide before you is the site plan. I'd like to talk about the non-residential portion first, which is in the old school building. It's about 9,600 square feet, and it's to be repurposed for office space for a different user, as well as a preschool. And an 8-space surface parking lot is proposed to the west of the building. I do want to point out that this parking lot here is actually existing. Let's see here. You can see on the survey here that there is a surface parking lot. Generally, in the TN LDR zone district, we don't want parking in the front yard. But given that it is already there, it could be considered a non-conforming site element, and the Planning Commission can allow it to remain. The area, the parking lot to serve the commercial or the office building is near the corner of Osgood and Pleasant. The office would be approximately 6,400 square feet, and the remaining 3,200 square feet would be a preschool use. Relative to parking, for those particular uses, the parking is slightly deficient. The office would require 20 parking spaces, and the preschool 6. So they're deficient by 12 spaces. The Planning Commission can grant a waiver using transit and on-street parking. I might also point out that there may be, the applicant might be able to speak to this in greater detail, but there could be the possibility that the residents of this development on-site, as well as the new development across the street, as well as others in the neighborhood, may be utilizing that preschool and maybe walking or biking to the site and may not need a surface parking space. Onto the residential portion, there are 6 units fronting Pleasant, 4 on Church, and 10 units will be interior to the site. As you can see here, we've got 2 streets, Osgood and Church, that terminate. The reason that they don't continue is that there is a steep slope on the north side of the site. I don't know if I have a good aerial here, but there's, I think, about a 30-foot drop or so between the north side of the site and then those rail tracks to the north. So Church and Osgood are dead-end streets. church is not proposed to continue any further north, even though it is adjacent to the site. In order to do that, it would have to be improved as a public street, which it would be very costly and probably would not accomplish anything. So the applicant is intending to has designed the site as shown to facilitate construction of dwelling units within the center of the site. I do want to point out that there is a property that fronts church that is not owned or in any way controlled by Habitat. It is owned by a different owner, and it is not part of this development in any way. In our staff discussions with Habitat and their design professionals, we did discuss that we would encourage that the parking lot be moved as far away from that property as possible. And there's a landscape plan that would that I will show you that that shows that it is to be landscaped. And in this case, we'd want this landscaping to meet our landscape buffer requirements. Relative to Osgood Place, this is another portion of the site where the existing parking lot is to remain. Four units will front the parking lot. You know, it might be possible for staff and the applicant to further refine this parking lot layout as we go forward, pardon me, to ensure that we have the fewest number of curb cuts necessary and the layout is the most efficient. And as you can see on the landscape plan, landscaping is shown adjacent to the church lot that is not affiliated with the development. Not shown here, but we would like to ensure that there is an appropriate landscape buffer meeting the requirements of the zoning ordinance around that property. Relative to density, the 20 units on the site are far below what could be supported by any type of housing. If we used attached single family for density, that could be 83 dwelling units, or multiple families, 64 dwelling units. So the 20 dwelling units are well within the allowable density here. The property is well, appropriate at almost 3 acres. It meets any lot area and lot width requirement for this kind of development. Relative to site layout, let me go back here. Site layout, on Pleasant Street, the buildings are proposed to be approximately 29 feet from the back of curb. The default required building line, where there is no established setback in the TN LDR zone district, is 27 feet from back of curb. And the applicant may wish to explain why that setback was chosen. The Planning Commission does have some discretion here. But all the units on Pleasant will face the street. There will be porches, and appropriate transparency. On Church, the setback is 27 feet from back of curb, which is that default, and that would be appropriate. And then the remaining units are arranged interior to the site. Relative to building elements, the proposed buildings are 2-story high. They're duplexes, they're attached single-family. They're less than the maximum 2.5-story and 35-foot height maximum. They'll be clad in vinyl siding, and the design meets the requirements for transparency materials, facade variation, and primary entrance orientation. Relative to parking, 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit would be required. 40 parking spaces are proposed and required, and parking is sufficient. There are a number of engineering-related concerns that were raised in our design team meeting, which is an internal discussion with applicants and staff. Those are things that can be addressed during permitting, and the applicant is aware of them. Relative to green site elements, a number of trees will be removed to facilitate construction, and some modifications will be needed in this plan to meet parking lot screening, street tree requirements, as well as buffering requirements. Green space of 50% is proposed, and that is sufficient. I am not aware, unless I overlooked it, I don't know what the percentage of tree canopy is proposed, but the Planning Commission may wish to add to the resolution, I did not include it, that minimum tree canopy of 37% be required. And that is consistent with the non-residential and multiple family requirement in the TNLDR. And these things can be confirmed at LUD's permitting. Finally, neighborhood considerations. We have received a letter of support from the Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association. They talked about the neighborhood outreach, and I think our applicant can talk about that in detail. An additional letter of support was received from a neighborhood resident and property owner. So in sum, the Planning Commission should consider this development for a planned redevelopment in light of the Granville area specific plan and recommendations relative to use, density, building form, scale, massing, and location. And also the adequacy of parking for the office and preschool uses. Do you have any questions for me?
One question. The office space, is that going to still be used by Habitat, or is that a new?
I believe it will be a different user, and I'll let Habitat address that
Thank you.
if that's okay. Okay. Who's up?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Nope, thank you.
Oh, okay. So you can feel free to advance. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Clardy. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Revitalization at Habitat Kent, and I am privileged to be here with you all today to talk about Pleasant Hills. Like Elizabeth said, we've been working with the team here at Progressive since last summer to do some extensive community engagement around this project, meeting with the Neighborhood Association, who we have a great relationship with many times, meeting with the property owners at the private residence on Church Place, and making sure they are informed with everything that is happening nearby. And through that process, the biggest thing we heard was around the green space and really trying to maintain a community feel and a community building aspect to create some vibrancy in the way the homes are laid out. So we hope you see that in the way and the intentionality of the way the homes are designed. We didn't want to overpopulate with homes. We wanted to maintain the green space while also providing density to address the affordable housing issues in the city. This project for us is really about trying to increase our capacity to do more and to provide that mix of affordability. Homeownership is what we do. It's been our history for 40 years. So all of these homes will be sold affordably. Most of them will be sold to families below 80% AMI, but we are setting aside the potential for up to 20% to be sold to families in that missing middle, up to 120% AMI. There will also be a long-term affordability component to this through what we're calling our Affordability Deed Restriction Covenant, which allows us to lower the initial sales price as well as gives us the first right of repurchase on the home for subsequent sales for up to 90 years. Like I said, we have a long-standing partnership and commitment to the Roosevelt Park neighborhood. We've built over 100 homes throughout Roosevelt Park and Black Hills in our 40 years, and this feels like a great way to continue that partnership and to meet some of their needs that they called out in the area-specific plan. Like Elizabeth said, we do not intend to be the future users of the building, so we are laying the groundwork for whoever that next community resource could be to fill that space. Our intention is to be, for that to be another nonprofit that can provide a community need to meet the needs of the residents from what we heard in our engagement processes, or to meet some of the other needs that have been brought up in different conversations throughout the community. So we would love your support on this, and I will hand it over to Joy to walk through some of the details.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joy. I'm an architect with Progressive. I'm going to talk through, as Andrew said, we are like almost a year deep in this process, and I want to highlight some of the engagement that we went through as a part of the development of these sites. I won't belabor any of this context. Elizabeth gave a great overview, but the traditional neighborhood itself has lovely traditional homes. So pitched roofs, front-facing porches, many of them that were constructed by the Habitat team already. It's prime for doing some infill housing development. From the beginning, Habitat had established a strong priority to bring the neighborhood residents along in this process. So using their expertise, their lived expertise, in informing what this project development turns into and how it evolves. I'm going to highlight just what that engagement looked like and what that strategy was. So our initial pass at this was in August of last year. There were a series of 3 meetings, which I'm calling Engagement A on this slide, 2 of which were facilitated small group sessions where we went through a series of activities, pulling information about what does housing look like if it's successful within the neighborhood. We also did a larger format open house session where you could passively interact with sticky notes and stickers and that type of thing. And you'll see in blue on the screen up here what we heard. So Andrew mentioned it already, underlining the character that already exists within the neighborhood, making sure we're staying true to not only the scale of the homes that exist there, but maintaining some of that tree canopy and some of the established natural landscaping. You'll see what we're taking out, we're putting back in, and a couple of other things around safety, making sure that those community spaces are a priority to make sure that the residents are making new relationships and making human connections. We took the information gained from that initial engagement and brought it back as a report out in a second set of meetings. This was a series of 2 meetings that were open house style. Residents could come and pick out their piece of feedback that they provided and see how it impacted the overall plan that you're seeing development to today. I will say, as having gone through the process, it's evident how there is a huge level of trust that Habitat has within the community today, not only for the work that they've done, but for the work they plan to do within even the larger Grand Rapids context. There's a lot of work that goes into these behind the scenes as well. There's a diverse set of expertise, not only on our team, but on the Habitat team, as well as with the city. We've met with the design team, engineering, planning multiple times. So there's a lot of that that's wrapped up into these pretty pictures, even though it's messy until it's clear. This last slide just highlights the context of what we're talking about. So the 425 site is highlighted in blue. And again, we're seeking to rezone to the PRD for the 425 parcel, as well as the 535 church parcel for the 20 duplex units and the reuse of the existing building. I want to say thank you for letting us speak today and considering our request. We're open for any and all questions.
I just have one. Related to the engagement, what was your engagement like with the the owner of the property that you're going to be surrounding directly?
So that was one of the first conversations that we had as we were kind of thinking through the site. And a lot of it was around respecting their privacy, respecting their right to maintain that property, and trying to find a balance that allows them to continue to use the property in the way they want to without any sort of impediment from the surrounding neighbors.
And were those conversations successful? Are you, like, did you have meaningful engagement
I would
with
like
your?
to think so.
Okay.
Ms. Jordan is here today, so
Okay.
I'll let her speak to her perspective. But from our perspective, they were very productive, and I think she would be an advocate for this project.
Thanks.
Would you mind explaining the orientation of these residences or these dwellings as they relate to the street? It appears as though there's a mix of units that are fronting the street, some of them behind a parking lot, some of them appear to have their back to Pleasant. So I'm just really curious about those choices and why
Yep.
they're oriented the way they are.
So the homes on Pleasant are all oriented towards the street, facing the street there. The homes that you see on Osgood, which is on the left here, are oriented towards the green space, which was intentionally done to promote that community building aspect and center the families towards each other so that there is interaction, vibrancy, and life within the development. The other homes along the entrance off of Church Place and in the back are all oriented towards the top of the hill, which has a beautiful view of downtown Grand Rapids. So they'll all be looking out over downtown on their front porches.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that begs a little further
Sure.
explanation, because looking at the elevations, the way the elevations appear, to me, it looks like the elevations are the opposite of everything you just said. So so it says front elevation on here, the entrances are more towards the center with what is like a combined front porch. And that appears to be what's off the parking lot in the image that's shown on the screen. So off from Pleasant. So I just
Okay.
would also like to more clarification as to what is the front and what is not.
Here we go.
Yeah, so the front is what we're looking at here with the kind of shared porch, the doors closer together, and then what you see there in the back is more spread apart. So I believe if we go back here, that should be reflected on the plans that you're seeing here.
So along Pleasant, the ones that are close together, which we decided were the front, are against the parking. And the ones that are further apart, which we decided were the back, are along Pleasant.
Respond to that?
I think
I'm seeing
you've
it
described
the other way.
it differently than what the site plan is showing. If you look at the north elevation of those buildings along Pleasant, it appears that the combined porch is facing north.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying the building pieces here, the intent is for the front of those buildings to face Pleasant.
Okay,
Yes.
so the site plan could be updated to,
Correct.
flip.
I understand what you're saying.
because I would agree, and I think that was the intent, that those front elevations should be facing Pleasant.
Yes. Yep.
So we could do, if appropriate, making sure that any condition of approval would include updating the site plan to ensure the front-facing elevations face Pleasant.
Thank you.
And just further clarification, so the back part, is that like a little patio or something, or a back entrance?
It's mostly just a back door with
I got it.
step, or, well, they will be 0 step at the back door
Okay.
there, so, but it's just a back door pretty much with a little covered area, covered awning.
And the front has a porch that's at least 6 feet deep, is that right?
Yes.
I think the site plan shows all the buildings exactly the opposite, not just the
Okay.
ones facing Pleasant, right?
We would be happy to update the site plan to make that switch.
And I wanted to ask too about the parking lot off of Osgood. So you're making the value judgment that it's better to have your back to the public street and have the units face inward and have a parking lot at the street.
Yeah, that is what we are deciding.
Did you explore activating the street?
No, our intention really was to be responsive to the community and really focus on orienting the homes towards each other around that central green space, and trying to prioritize the livable space between the homes rather than having parking interspersing in between homes.
And then how do you plan to handle trash?
We will plan to do individual trash for each unit, or trash receptacles, yeah.
Can you clarify the level of intervention of that parking lot along Osgood? I mean, it was presented as existing to remain, but based on the civil documents, it appears as though it's all new asphalt, all new curb and gutter, 2 new curb cuts. So it appears to be new parking lot in the same location as an old parking lot.
Yeah, so we are planning to change where the curb cuts are within that to just increase access. I'm trying to find them here, find the best image. Yeah, so currently where you see this walkway, I believe is right about where the existing curb cut is for our parking lot. And so we're proposing to kind of redesign that to allow for parking for the office space and the residences separately.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I had one question. I don't know if this is Andrew or Joy, but it looks like the homes on Pleasant, or most of the homes in the neighborhood, I should say, are elevated, that there's a significant grade change between the sidewalk and the floor elevation, first floor elevation. The homes along Pleasant, will that elevation be replicated where there will be almost like a hill adjacent the sidewalk? Is that what I'm seeing on the plans?
Yeah, Brandon Simon, civil engineer for the project. That is true. The homes on Pleasant are elevated 3 to 4 feet to match what's on the south side of the street. And then to piggyback off an earlier comment regarding the RBL, that's part of the reason we pushed those back an extra 2 feet, was to allow for the patio to fit in and still accommodate the grade change between the building and the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll open up the public hearing. If anyone would like to comment on this case, please make your way up to the microphone. You'll have 30 seconds to share, or 30 seconds, 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Hi. I'm a homeowner at 428 Pleasant Street Southwest, right across the street from the 425 project. I don't know if we're going to be speaking today about the 444 piece of Pleasant Street Southwest. Is this included within this?
That will be the subsequent case, so we'll hear that one right after this one.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and save my comments on that house as I walked up here. Okay. My question is, with some research that I've done, just looking online, about what happens to biological diversity loss when you put a big construction project like this in a neighborhood. And I'm concerned about that. And if I could do these mappings, I would refer to the earthworks and grading, the erosion control, the water main, storm and sewer, and the site clearing and demolition notes. But I don't know how to do all that. So my concern is biological diversity loss resulting from development of overdrafting local aquifers, dropping water tables, and ground caving in or sinking. Problems that can be compounded by changes in natural patterns of groundwater percolation caused by destruction of wetlands and diversification and diversion of runoff. And I say that because there are a few natural springs, underground springs in the building site area, and also just the way water flows on our street. We're sitting up on top of a large hill, and there is currently like a wetlands and the habitat existing off lot right now on that. That would be the southwest northwest corner of where the Habitat building is currently existing. There is like a wetland area for erosion, and they put that in there for that type of thing. I'm also requesting special fencing to keep dust and airborne pollutants during demo of older buildings that are there that possibly have lead and other type of things in it. I'm requesting that, so the toxins will not affect us current residents that are there while they're doing this construction. Especially since a lot of the large trees that are in the neighborhood right now are going to be removed. It is important to stick with the plan to replace as many of those trees with as large as trees as you can. And it looks like their plan shows that, and I'm happy with that. Because large trees and shrubs reduce wind velocity and reduce evaporation of soil moisture. So living here for 24 years, this neighborhood is very windy, and you get a lot of high speeds and a lot of wind that's unbelievable to the rest of the city. It also dries out the soil.
Thank you for your comments.
Done? Okay, I'm sorry,
Thank you.
sir. Okay, thank you. That's pretty much it. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Signe Gant Jordan. I am the homeowner of 521 Church Place that's adjacent to 535, where projects are being sought. So just a little bit of history there. I'm a third generation in that home. My grandmother purchased that home back in 1942. It is a piece of legacy land that has not been taken by eminent domain, as others have been, and that we have purchased in my family. So I want to make sure that it is maintained and that we have access and opportunities that come along with the new developments that take place. The engagements that have happened with Habitat have been, historically, they have not been good, but since Bev has taken over, there has been some great communication happening there. And one of the things that we are seeking is that the development happens with us and that there are earn as you learn opportunities for our Sisters in Development team, so that we can begin to scale our small Black businesses that have been denied opportunities when it comes to development. So that is something I believe that conversations have been taking place. I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm supposed to be at work. And if we could begin to do business different when it comes to development, that would be greatly appreciated. Historically, again, it has not happened. But when these projects come into underserved communities, and especially right now, we do know there are many dollars trickling down that should be accessed by people that look like me. We want to make sure that those opportunities are happening right where we live, grow, play, and work. And so if you can make sure that something like that is in place, we know the policy does not exist for that to happen, but if we could create one when it comes to these type of projects, such as what Habitat is doing, I think they are a great example of how it could be utilized. And if you need help putting one together, I think we can do that as well. And so I am in full support of this project as long as we know there are opportunities being created by people, for people who look like me that have been underserved in these communities. Did I miss anything, sister? Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Signe. Anyone else who would like to share their thoughts on this case? All right, we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant up to address anything that you would like.
Just real quick, I wanted to hopefully address some concerns on the stormwater and runoff. The city of Grand Rapids has a great stormwater ordinance that we plan on pushing forward with, and obviously we'll have to adhere to when we submit for LUDs. And as part of that, it asks that we infiltrate water first. So that's something we'll look at moving forward. We need to do geotechnical reports and whatnot. soil studies on site for the buildings as well. So that'll be part of our process moving forward, and certainly something that we're looking at on the engineering side as well. And then from a stormwater standpoint, it was mentioned earlier, we are working with city staff on stormwater in the roads. There's not currently stormwater infrastructure in any of the roads surrounding this project, so we are working with engineering staff on what that needs to look like moving forward, both for our site and the surrounding area. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll turn to our deliberations. And I'd like to start by asking us to affirm the department's interpretation about the intent of the Granville ASP. So if we could make sure we agree with that.
Elizabeth? I'm sorry. Oh, the interpretation of the ASP, I know that you went through that, and I think they were asking just to...
I'm just asking us.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted us to represent that. Sorry. Never mind, Elizabeth.
I agree. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Related to construction, since this is there's residential immediately adjacent to the site, can you remind us what the hours would be permitted versus whether we can or should limit them?
I will need to look that up to confirm, but I think the hours of permitted construction activity are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. For projects of greater scale, there have been recent cases where the Planning Commission has had that conversation with the applicant about their intended construction hours and conditioned the approval that construction ends, I think it was 8 p.m. if I remember correctly, meaning not allowing it to go so late into the evening because truthfully, for larger construction projects like this that take a significant time period, it tends to be incredibly impactful to the neighborhood. Of course, the developer is motivated to get this done as quickly as possible for obvious reasons, but that has been a significant challenge. So I don't know if Habitat would like to speak to what the anticipated construction schedule is for hours. Might be helpful. Andrew? Sorry to call him back up.
I don't think we have any intention of building at 10 p.m. We will also still be occupying this space potentially during the active construction. And so we will want to maintain good relationships with all the neighbors. So I think it would be reasonable to say construction will end at 5 p.m. And in response to Ms. Jordan's comments, we do have pretty high goals we've set for ourselves around minority contractors and working to promote opportunities for folks that she's working with and folks that we're working with to create business opportunities within the project as well.
So if the Planning Commission wishes, I can work on a condition of the approval relative to construction hours.
Giving our ongoing discussions about the need for housing and having driven through the neighborhood and seen the vacancy, I'm pleased to see Habitat, with their reputation for building affordable housing, have a very carefully, it looks like, planned out community of infill that's not going to overtake the site. And the idea that you have 4 bedrooms and this can accommodate families along with a preschool makes for an even stronger neighborhood than I think is there. It's a lovely neighborhood, like you say, with the hillside there. It's a great addition to the neighborhood, but also a great addition for affordable housing for the city.
So first of all, totally appreciate the level of density, the number of housing units that we're trying to place on this site. I think that's very appropriate. I do have concerns about how this is inwardly focused and it's an urban development. I understand that I need to pretend that all these dwelling units on the site plan are rotated 180 degrees, but There are a few other things. I know it's been being called an existing parking lot, but it's a brand-new parking lot. So I feel like there probably is opportunity to address the street with the new dwelling units. I understand that they may cause complications for the development, but I do think that having these dwelling units front the street in a similar fashion as the one across the street is beneficial for the city at large, not just, and the residents of these units. I'm also concerned about the way the units are presented along Pleasant. It looks like there's a single stair to a long parallel dead-end sidewalk. That doesn't really make much sense to me. I mean, traditionally, each individual unit would have its own, or they could have shared since they're zero lot line, but traditionally you would have a set of stairs for each entry going to the sidewalk so that the people that live here can be active participants in the community. And currently it's not really being shown that way. So I also think that I understand that mistakes happen and that the site plan isn't necessarily representative of what is going to happen, but it does make it very difficult to understand what's going to change and what's not going to change when this is fixed.
Somebody remind me of what is on the west side adjacent to that dead-end street there? Is that industrial or business, or is that?
On the west side is housing on Osgood.
Oh, I see it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The way it was drawn there, it looked like a big building, but, okay. And do those houses face Osgood, or do they, what one does, it looks like?
Two houses face Osgood, the two northernmost houses. The southernmost, the corner property faces Pleasant.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I go back and forth about the orientation of the units on Osgood because I do understand what the applicant is going for in terms of creating that shared community front porch space in the center. So, yeah, I understand what they're going for there. I do agree that each unit on Pleasant should have its own staircase down to the sidewalk. I don't know, open to other, interested in how other commissioners feel as well.
I understand the idea of building a street that's a dead-end street. I also like the idea of having the neighbors surround that community space, I think, and hopefully it'll be used by other residents of it. But we've seen those kinds of models and how they encourage community building, interaction, that type of thing. And, you know, Pleasant's a main street where I'd want to see them facing Pleasant.
I think my thoughts more align with Commissioner Joseph. I would love to see those houses on Osgood face Osgood, just for the sake, but the detail here is really good. I definitely understand what they're going for here. And so I'm okay with it, but it would be nice. For having the stairway, each stairway on the Pleasant, for the houses on Pleasant, I think that would be important for me. I don't understand why there's one or if there's a need for that. I don't think we asked that question. But yeah, when I first noticed that, I just assumed that there's a need for that there's a reason why there's only one. But if there could be one for each of those units, I think that would be great.
Would you like the civil engineer to speak to that?
Try to give a little clarity on the stairway layout for now. So at this point, with the grading on those 3 units on Pleasant, on Pleasant there is it's an arc. The top of the hill lands about where the existing building is, and on the east side of the site where those 3 units are, the grade starts to drop off pretty significantly. You can see on the plan lower right there, those contour lines start to get really close together. So what we were trying to accomplish there is a stairway where grading is not quite as challenging. If we go down to the very southeast corner, there's 5, almost 6 feet of grade difference between the building and the sidewalk. So what we were trying to do is keep those buildings at somewhat similar elevations as they go down the street. We could look at dropping the buildings to the east. It just starts to get a little challenging between buildings when you have multiple feet of grade difference between buildings that are only a couple feet apart. So that's something we can look at moving forward. I think we can accommodate a single stairway for each unit if we need to. The thought process there was just one stairway down to the existing sidewalk where the grade wasn't quite as impactful.
So Brandon, to summarize, it's not what you've proposed because of topography, but it can be engineered to accommodate stair systems for each unit
Yeah, we can take a look at finished
in
floors
light
for
of
the
the grade
buildings.
at each unit, right?
Yes, yep. The challenge there becomes that there's steep grades between units close together, so you have water shedding from, the building in the middle, for example, towards the building on the right. So we'll have to look at that as something that we can accommodate, and if that's a condition, I think we can make that happen.
Is there an engineering reason why the Osgood buildings couldn't be on the street?
No, we don't.
We did show preliminary options where the buildings did face the street. I can use this, right? These here. But the community green space towards the center has been a community priority and a neighborhood request from the beginning. So if these buildings turn to face Osgood, you end up pushing that parking towards the center of the site, which is currently a green space community garden with the pavilion now. It's just a trade-off we were willing to make. This is not a through street either. I would argue it functions a lot more like an alley now currently. But we're hoping to put in, you'll see in the landscape plan, there is some greenery here. It shouldn't feel like a parking lot is strictly abutting the street. It is being improved from what it is today.
Is the community space that's shown here, is that going to be available to the broader community or just the folks that live there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
thank
it
you.
is.
We had a lot of conversations about this frontage specifically and tried to look at different ways to design, to minimize the parking, understanding that it was a community priority, balancing the fact that there is an existing parking lot that's, I think, even deeper than what is proposed here today, and that there are some non-conforming rights to retain it. That was ultimately the design that Habitat wished to pursue and we put forward to you.
And when you say community, who are you referring to in that case?
In that case, it would be the neighborhood engagement work that was done by Habitat.
So not just the development, but the surrounding existing neighbors?
Yeah, it was the neighborhood engagement piece,
Okay.
with the neighbors. It's a trade-off to balance the desire to have that central green space and have units fronting on it inherently flips maybe that traditional urban design where you'd have buildings fronting the street, balancing that with better landscaping that can help buffer where possible, and understanding that there's an existing parking lot today. And, we try to plan for better than we did yesterday, but all of those factors weighed into, I think, the decision of the design that they have.
Any further discussion?
I think maybe we should just touch on the parking waiver. I'm comfortable with it. There's a bus stop really close on Cesar Chavez, and with street parking, I'm comfortable. Low volume. Yeah, low volume street. So that's good with me. And I'm happy to make a motion unless there's more discussion. Okay. Make sure I'm on the right one. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission recommends approval of the request of Habitat for Humanity of Kent County, Andrew Clarity, thank you, to rezone 425 Pleasant Street Southwest and 535 Church Place Southwest from the TNLDR Traditional Neighborhood Low-Density Residential Zone District to a planned redevelopment district to facilitate the development of 20 units in 10 duplex buildings and a reuse of an existing building for office and preschool use for the following reasons. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because all elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to topography, the size and type of lot, character of the neighborhood and adjoining property, and natural features and site topography are incorporated into the proposed site design to the maximum extent practicable. The use, density of development, and design of the proposed PRD are consistent with the master plan and purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance because the proposed development will increase the number and variety of housing units in the city, reflects a building type and scale that is appropriate and recommended in the Granville Avenue area specific plan, will result in a density appropriate for this area of the neighborhood. The proposed PRD will ensure efficient development on the property and will result in a logical, orderly development pattern in the neighborhood because the proposed setbacks of the building respect and are consistent with the surrounding development. The proposed buildings will be placed at the RBL, re-establishing the street wall. The proposed development will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing or planned character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed building design meet the characteristics important in planned redevelopment districts. The project maintains the neighborhood's unique character, enhancing its walkable scale and reinforces its sense of place. And the proposed development will result in an appropriate density for the neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed development on the neighborhood and adjacent properties will be minimized through the provision of adequate parking for all residential units, adequate screening of parking areas, and attractive architecture and appropriate building orientation and entrances. The proposed development will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future adjacent uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic or noise or visual clutter because the residential uses are permitted in the existing residential zone district and office operations have existed on the site since 2009. Connections for pedestrians and vehicles are provided by a limited number of driveways for vehicles and adequate pedestrian walkways. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable because the proposed development will respect the grades on and near the site, and adequate green space and stormwater detention will be provided. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or will be provided at no additional public cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the subject property is located in close proximity to public transit and major streets and is currently served with public utilities. The applicant will be responsible for the construction of any infrastructure improvements necessary to support the development. The proposed development will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the proposed development may encourage future development in the area. The scale and design of the proposed development does not place an excessive burden on services currently furnished or may be required by the city. Wherever practicable, the proposed development will provide amenities including but not limited to park and recreational facilities, urban open space, and non-vehicular connections that serve a public purpose because the development will maintain significant green space for the visual relief of nearby residents. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set A, approvals that should show up on the screen soon. And that I'll read. There we go. That the application and plan submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and are as amended in this resolution. 2, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in the planning commission minutes. Striking 3. 4, that a land use development services or LUDs permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the city of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. Strike 5. 6, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. And strike 7. 2, that the site shall meet all green site element requirements, including but not limited to green space, tree canopy, street trees, and landscape buffers, that signs shall be governed by the rules and requirements for residential zone districts, that this approval shall take effect as required by the City Commission approval in accordance with Section 5.12.12.g of the zoning ordinance, that a minimum of 30% tree canopy be provided, that do you have, go ahead, yeah.
I have 4, if that's okay.
Fantastic.
That the hours of construction be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily.
Yep.
Side note, that's consistent with your last Bristol approval.
Perfect.
That the site plan be modified to ensure that the front building elevations face Pleasant Street.
Yep.
That each unit fronting on Pleasant Street has its own stair system connecting the porch to the sidewalk. That permitted uses in the non-residential building may include educational, adult daycare, childcare, community center, religious institution, and social service and office use.
Okay. That concludes my motion.
Support.
The motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next case, 444 Pleasant Street.
Carol, did you note that Kyle left for a minute? A little bit. He'll be back.
The next item on the agenda is 444 Pleasant Street Southwest, also a request from Habitat for Humanity of Kent County. They're asking for approval to construct a 5-unit townhome building or attached single-family and a duplex, also attached single-family, in the TN LDR zone district. This is actually going to be phase 1 of the multi-phase project that Habitat is proposing. The 425 Pleasant and 535 Church project is phase 2, the project that we just discussed. This will be a total of 7 dwelling units. The site is across the street from the site we just discussed. This is at the southeast corner of New and Pleasant. It is the site of a church building. It is also subject to the master plan or area-specific plan elements that I explained in the previous public hearing. Unless you'd like me to, I am going to pass over that. So this site is an L-shaped lot of about 18,000 square feet, or just under a half an acre. And it has a 2,000 square foot former church building. It's partially paved. There's a gravel drive that appears to have been used for vehicular access to this alley that is behind the site. The alley terminates at the subject site. And let's see if we can see back on the aerial photo. You can see folks have been driving across the subject property as it's a continuation of the alley, but it isn't. The alley terminates at this site and continues down eastward and then comes southward. The site also does experience a grade change, and that is reflected in the development plans, which we will talk about. So the church building will be demolished, and 2 new 2-story buildings will be constructed on New Avenue. 2 units are proposed. They will front New, and then 5 units will face Pleasant. There will be a shared parking lot of 14 spaces. Each unit will face the public street, and then we'll have a rear entrance adjacent to the surface parking lot. Like the previous project, these are intended to be owner-occupied condominium ownership units. So each dwelling unit will be on a separate condominium lot. They are intended to be affordable. Relative to density, this property utilizing either the multifamily or attached single-family minimum lot area. The proposed 7 units are well within the allowable density. The lot does meet the minimum lot width requirements for the zone district. Relative to site layout, on both New and Pleasant, the buildings are proposed to be 27 feet from the back of curb. That's the default required building line in the TN zone district. The TN LDR zone district, if no setback is established. So on Pleasant Street, the RBL is established by the existing houses on the block. The established setback is approximately 42 feet, which is 15 feet further than the proposal. You can see on this plan, you can see the existing house next door to the east, and it is further back than what is proposed. On the project, I would ask the applicant to explain the rationale for the siting of the buildings at this location. Although 42 feet is, in a TN zone district, 42 feet is rather far back for most neighborhoods. Most buildings are a bit closer, but that is what the establishes for this block. On New Avenue, the RBL is established by the one existing structure there. That's also a Habitat home, and that's 27 feet from back of curb. The 2 buildings that face New are placed at 27 feet. This building 1 is a little bit further back. Let's see, I've lost it here. It's about maybe 30 feet back. I had to manually measure it, but as you can see, this dotted line is that RBL. So it's a little bit further back, and I think that's also something that could be discussed. Relative to green site elements, the site's mostly grass with 2 existing mature trees. And there are several mature trees in the parkway. There is an elm tree. Is this the elm tree? I think so. There's a mature elm in the middle of the site here. Right where the buildings and parking lot would need to be constructed. And that mature elm is proposed to be removed. Other trees are proposed to be removed to facilitate construction, and the street trees will be replaced. The green space appears to be adequate. Anyway, it's calculated. There's quite a bit of green space proposed. Tree canopy of 37% is required for multiple family uses in the TN LDR, and these green site elements can be confirmed at LUD's permitting. There is, on the landscape plan, they do propose, I don't know where that is, but even if it is not shown, they will be required to provide screening around a landscape buffer between the parking lot and the adjacent residential properties, and a landscape screening between the parking lot and the street. And so that will be a condition of approval that they will need to meet. Parking will be adequate if you, for 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, 14 parking spaces are proposed, and so that is adequate. Let's see here. I know in the last item, the location of a trash enclosure was not discussed. The applicant indicated individual trash bins. That was something that was noted. There is not trash shown here. I would like to ask the applicant to indicate where trash, if individual trash and recycling bins are anticipated, where they will be stored and how they will be picked up, just for clarity. There were, one of our city engineers noted that the drive approach is fairly steep, so that might be something that needs to be further finessed in engineering plans as we approach permitting, if this is approved. This was also part of neighborhood engagement, and that was previously discussed. And the Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association and another resident did submit letters of support. And I see I forgot to talk about building elevations, which I will move to now. The elevations, these are the elevations along Pleasant, and the new buildings would be the same building type, obviously just 2 of them. You can see that the buildings will have a slightly different finished floor elevation to accommodate that grade. And I know that the applicant's civil engineer will be able to deftly describe all that better than I can. The buildings meet all the required design criteria for residential design in the LDR, or in the TN LDR zone district. So with that, we should be looking at neighborhood concerns, if there are any, and how this plan comports with the recommendations of the Granville Area Specific Plan. And do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant? Oh, one last thing. There are porches proposed on the front of these dwelling units, as you could see on the elevations. They aren't shown on the civil plans. It does appear that there is adequate width to accommodate both the porches and the steps.
We aren't going to go back through the entire community engagement process. These were considered holistically, so we presented both to the community at the same time, received the same feedback in a large way. We're excited to improve this site and remove the old abandoned structure that's there and provide some infill housing. Did you want to say anything else?
I can speak to the trash question. Like Elizabeth said, we are planning to do individual trash receptacles behind the units, and then we'll work with the city sanitation department to figure out the best solution for where those can be picked up, either along New or along Pleasant.
Are we open to questions?
Go ahead.
Are the porches seem bigger on these units, or is it just
Yes.
that the
porches-
drawings
these
weren't
are- these are
correct.
A little bit different architecturally, so the porches are a little bit bigger on these units.
So are these units wider than the others
Nope,
across the street?
the dimensions are the same. There'll be 4 bedrooms interior. It's the same floor plan, just a different exterior.
Yeah, I like the bigger porches.
Can,
Notice.
can you talk about the, why you are proposing to put the buildings closer to the street than the established
Yeah.
RBL?
I can give my answer, and then I'll let Brandon give the real answer. Really, it comes down to trying to fit everything on the site and to accommodate all of the parking off-street.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Including the street to the west? Because in that case, you're farther from the street than the RBL.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. That's.
Yeah, again, there are some pretty challenging grades on that northwest corner, and although it's only set back a couple of feet, that couple of feet that building is off of that west setback line allows us to just shallow that grade up a little bit, so it's not quite so steep getting from the building down to the public sidewalk.
And what effect do you think that will have on the neighbor to the east?
Being that we're set back, or closer to the road on the east, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So did you say the landscape plan isn't in here? We are intending to try and shield that, and as Elizabeth mentioned, we're going to have a landscape buffer set there. I don't know why I don't see the plans here, but as part of that, we're hoping to soften that difference with a heavy landscaping buffer between the two buildings.
So I know you guys are going to think I'm picking on you, so I'm sorry. Can you just clarify that what Elizabeth said was true and that the porches are going to exist and that the stairs to the sidewalk are going to exist on every single one of these units?
Yeah, that's true, Brian. We, right now, the porches and stairs down to Pleasant on the north side of the units are not shown on the civil sheets. That is the intent. There's roughly 3 feet of grade between those units and the public sidewalk. So again, similar to the conditions on the other side of the road that we just discussed, we can make that up with individual porches and sidewalk/staircases down to the public way.
Okay, and I think it's covered adequately, but just in case, the first floor plan shows like a stoop and stairs, no porch, but the porches are shown on the elevations, so we are talking about the elevations, correct?
That's correct.
Thanks.
That was one of my items as well, Brian, thank you, was the floor plan doesn't seem to align with the elevations, so porches, how deep are the porches?
That's a great question.
Because it looks like the civil has the 10 feet from sidewalk, so the porches, I'm assuming, are 6 feet-ish?
I would believe so, yes. Yeah.
So the perception will be that the building's about 4 feet back, the porch, of course. Okay. What is the width of the drive aisle in the parking lot behind?
So that was a question that came up during our review too, I think from Arden or one of the city engineers, that currently we show it at 22 feet, and per the city standard entrance detail, we were asked to neck that down to 18 at the road edge. So that's something we're going to have to adjust moving forward towards the LUD submittal.
Okay. I was more wondering if there was at least a couple feet, if it was 24 feet, to reduce it down to 22.
Yeah, we've got it at the minimum, 22 right now.
Got it at the minimum, okay. And the landscape islands, what is the width of those, or the breaks between the parking spaces on the north side?
That's a good, I believe it's at 2 feet. I'll try to pull the landscaping plan up on my phone
Okay.
real quick and see if I can answer that for you. But
Yeah, it feels pretty expansive in that area, so I wondered, it looks like you have 19 feet on the east side and at least, I'm guessing, 6 or 8 feet on the west side, before you'd have that parking space in front of the building, it seems like you could widen up some of those islands and landscape them with a tree and some bushes or something to break up those parking spaces, to make them a little bit more private or intimate.
Yeah, we can look at that. One of the comments we received during the plan review, and I think it was hit on briefly, was that the driveway today is fairly steep. So off of the road and getting up to the site, there's almost a little bit more, 5-ish foot difference in grade. So that driveway is tipped really steep right now, which is a condition that we have on the house down to the south also. So to try to push the parking west towards New gets it into an area where the parking starts to get into a steep side slope, and it's uncomfortable and doesn't work well for the type of residents that we're hoping to have here too. So,
Okay.
we're going for 0-step, easy access type of stuff. And setting a parking space on a steep hill just didn't feel right either. So we tried to keep those as far east as possible, which resulted in maybe a little bit smaller landscape islands than we would traditionally see, but that was the thought process there.
Okay. But you might be able to push a little bit further east then.
Yeah.
And make up some, 3 feet of an island should
Yeah,
host
yeah,
something.
we can look at that, certainly.
Okay. We talked about the stairs, that there will be individual stairs connecting porches to sidewalks. And then, okay, the depth of porch, that was it. Oh, sorry, one more, the elevations, sorry. What is the material underneath of the porch? It looks like there's some lattice and then it's solid.
So you're talking, underneath the lattice. I do not know that off the top of my head, but we can provide that information.
Okay, will there be landscaping in front of that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is there room to landscape?
There should be enough to do something.
Okay. Well, I guess my concern is that that porch frontage is going to be pretty close to the sidewalk. It's going to be elevated, and then there's, I'm presuming, a couple of feet of solid white something. So now, when I'm walking along the sidewalk, I've got grade, white, and then porch. And it just feels very solid. And so I just was concerned about what were the material choices because of how close it is, and maybe the not having dimensions here, how we're going to be able to landscape that to soften it.
Okay.
Right, does it align with, or will it be similar to what is going on with those other 2 houses along New? So the units on New, it looks like there's like a retaining wall and then landscaping and then the porch lattice. I don't know if there's room, if that's consistent.
I don't think we have plans for any retaining walls at
Okay.
this point with these units.
Okay.
So I've asked this question before, and I promise it's not a trap. But I know that Habitat has a lot of housing, a lot of housing in the area. And do you typically see 2 cars per dwelling unit? Or do you know how many cars you usually have per dwelling unit?
I mean, it depends family to family, but with any sort of 2-parent household, it's typically 2 cars. I mean, that's the pattern within the city for most 2-parent to adult households, so,
Okay.
yeah,
Just wanted to make sure, because I'm all for, if you don't feel like you need it, you don't need it. So
yeah.
just checking.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? All right, then we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone in the public would like to come up to the mic, introduce yourself, share your comments?
Hello again, my name is Sini Gant Jordan, and I just want to reiterate the importance of having an opportunity for the Earn As You Learn project on all of the development that's happening in our community. Traditionally, historically, this has been the community where blacks were redlined and many opportunities were not presented. And so we'd like to encourage presenting opportunities that traditionally have not existed. And that would help ensure that the people that are purchasing these homes or may have an ability to purchase the homes because they are increasing their household income, right? Career development opportunities. And so if we could ensure that when projects, not just here, because I'm really speaking on behalf of the Black community, when these projects happen in any of our communities, there needs to be opportunities presented for them to learn these types of projects. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Andrea Babka. I live at 428 Pleasant Street Southwest. I wasn't going to bring this subject up today, but something that was said on the last piece of the 425, 435, or whatever that is, set off an alarm bell on my head about street parking. Okay, there is no identification of what the easement is in front of my house. I have something that looks like a factory easement. This whole side of the street, the south side of Pleasant Street Southwest, has this little asphalt bump. We do not have a curb. And if there is going to be additional street parking from the increased population of this community, I really would like a curb on our side of the street. I'm looking into other things about that and trying to get an answer for you guys why and how and stuff that it isn't there. But when you talked about the additional street parking and people will be doing street parking, they already do that right now. And what happens with that bump, that little asphalt bump, people don't discern the edge of the road to your grass in the parkway. So they drive right over the top of it, and they make a big, large rut on our side of the road. All the houses on this side of the road, almost every one of them has that rut in front of it. So this project, when you talk about people doing street parking, that alarms me. So I'm not going to go into the other parts of it right now, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to comment on this case? And we'll close the public hearing, invite the applicant back up. Is there anything you would like to respond to?
Yeah, just real quick, similar to the project across the road, as part of this project, we've been engaged with city engineering staff. Part of the discussions at this point revolve around Pleasant, New, and Osgood being considered unimproved streets because they don't have storm infrastructure. As part of that, we are looking at and coordinating with the city staff on what that needs to look like moving forward. One of the things that we know is included in those discussions at this point is to add curb and gutter on the south side of the road. So we have that. Yeah, we have that shown in our plans today. Those plans would be developed under a separate plan set for the right-of-way work, but that is the plan moving forward. So,
Brandon, adding curb and gutter on the south side for the full extent of the street or in front of your project?
Full extent of our project right-of-way.
Yep,
And,
okay.
and then on New Avenue as well, there's some improvements planned that are in the early stages with city engineering, but from property line to property line, we are adding it. So just to be clear, it is not all the way to the edge.
I heard a cheer and I thought I just
I know,
wanted to
I'm
manage
sorry. Good
expectations.
clarification, though.
Yeah.
I want the entire street.
But in terms of this project, as well as the last project, you're providing enough off-street parking for all the residential units.
We aren't counting any off-street in our counts right now as the provided number, but understanding that it will likely be utilized as it is today. Yep.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, then we'll turn to our deliberations.
So with the clarifications, I'm even happier with this one than the last one. As far as it relates itself to the street, I think that these are appropriate. I would actually love to see another dwelling unit along New. I understand that that might not work well for parking, but I think that it would be great to see even more density here. So I think with all the clarifications that were made about elevations and plans and site plans, I think this is going to be great.
I too like this one. I like the kind of idea of townhouses hooked together, like a little stoop and nice little porch, and hope you'll consider bigger porches on the other side of the street. But we've already approved that one.
Yeah, I think this is completely appropriate here, appropriate amount of density, fits well within the context of the neighborhood, and full support.
And it sounds like we are affirming that this is in compliance with the Granville Avenue area-specific plan.
Correct.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Somebody have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Habitat for Humanity of Kent County for approval to construct a 5-unit townhouse building and a duplex in a TN-LDR zone district at 444 Pleasant Street Southwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support goals outlined in the master plan Great Neighborhoods chapter that are supportive of the provision of housing types other than single-family detached residential, including GN3, provide a broad range of high-quality housing choices, GN3A, maintain and increase the number and variety of housing units. GN3B, allow for new housing products. And GN3C, allow for a range of housing types within all neighborhoods. Also, this reflects a building type and scale that is appropriate and recommended in the Granville Avenue area-specific plan. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08. Point E, because the residential use is in an appropriate density for the size of the site, which allows for an efficient layout that is designed to comply with all provisions of the zoning ordinance. All elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to the topography, size, and type of lot, character of the neighborhood and adjoining property, and the type, size, and proportions of the buildings. 3A, proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood adjacent properties and the natural environment because the proposed buildings are consistent in scale and orientation with what is desired in the TN neighborhood classification. The proposed use will result in an appropriate density for the neighborhood, and the project maintains the neighborhood's unique character, enhancing its walkable scale and reinforces its sense of place. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the buildings and entrances will be appropriately oriented on the site, and adequate landscape buffering will be provided between the parking lot and abutting properties. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to the existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter, because adequate setbacks will be provided to abutting residential uses. Parking will be provided for residents behind the buildings. The proposed use would not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because adequate connections to existing walkways and public sidewalks are proposed. All buildings will have front entrances facing the street. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practical because the existing site grades will be maintained. Trees and shrubs will be planted on site to meet the landscaping buffer and tree canopy requirements. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or would be provided at no additional cost because the applicant will be responsible for the construction of any new infrastructure necessary to the support of the development. The proposed use would not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the additional units will contribute to the tax base. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set A approvals, which I think are going to be posted on the screen.
I think we need to read
You want me to read?
3, 5, and 7.
That this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. Did she say 5 and 7? That any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. And 7, that the approval shall take effect 16 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision. Number 2, that the site shall meet all green site element requirements, including but not limited to green space, tree canopy, street trees, and landscape buffers.
Should we restrict the hours of construction on this one?
Yeah, I had 2 suggested conditions. One is that the hours of construction be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. The second condition is that each unit fronting on Pleasant and New has its own stair system connecting the porch to the sidewalk.
Approved.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And we will take a 5-minute break. with 425 and 427 Eastern Avenue Southeast.
Our next case today is for 425 and 427 Eastern Avenue Southeast. Guiding Light is requesting to establish a transitional housing in an existing dwelling unit for up to 12 women in the TN MDR Mixed Density Residential Neighborhood. The subject properties, there are two parcels right next to each other, adjacent on the west side of Eastern Avenue, just south of Wealthy Street. The property is in the MDR zone district. It is improved with a house, paved drive, and surface parking in the back. The house was originally the parish house for the Eastern Avenue CRC Church, further south on Eastern Avenue, and was moved in 1999 to this location, and has had a history of a variety of different uses. It was used for the parish house and then for church offices for some time. Most recently, it was used as a student housing for Calvin College students, and that was approved by variance. The area is part of the Southtown Business Area Specific Plan, identified as mixed density residential. There is no future use identified in that plan for this property. The two parcels together combined are approximately 1/3 of an acre. And the house that exists on the property is just over 3,600 square feet. It exists today as a single-family home. The intent is to maintain the use as the transitional housing. We will operate as a single-family home. This is a very nice picture of what the home looks like today. There are no external changes proposed. I will show you in the floor plan, there are 2 new bedrooms proposed in the basement, and the only change to the exterior will be the addition of egress windows that are required for bedrooms in the basement area. And those will not be visible from the street. In this photo, it shows both properties side by side. There's a community green space that the applicant anticipates maintaining and having the residents continue to maintain the gardens, and the driveway kind of straddling the middle of the two properties. The intent is if this request is approved today, the properties will be combined into one. The zoning ordinance identifies a transitional shelter as a place that provides temporary housing accommodations and on-site management. The proposed use will fit within that definition. It is going to be a sober living home. 11 program participants will live in the home, and there will be one on-site manager permanently residing in the house. All the meals will be shared. The household duties will be shared as well. Relative to the floor plan, this shows how the house is laid out. The first floor includes 1 bedroom, a full bathroom, dining room, 2 living room areas, a kitchen, and an open front porch. The second floor includes 4 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. One of the existing bedrooms will be converted into a larger bathroom. And the basement is a large recreation room and utility room areas, and as I said earlier, 2 new bedrooms will be created. Relative to the use, I think I've covered that. The intake for residents will occur between about 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. The new residents are expected to undergo a drug test and a background check. This is a sober living home. There is no treatment that is planned to occur on the premises. The residents will be shuttled off-site daily for their programming and any meetings that they have. That will occur between 8 and 4:30 during business days and business hours. There will be quiet hours enforced for the property or for the residents, 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. on Fridays. Considering the parking for this use, 4 parking spaces would be required. There are currently 5 parking spaces on site. Residents are not anticipated to have vehicles, and so the parking on site is adequate. The house manager will park on site all the time, and the shuttle van that is used to transport the residents will also be parked on site. Regards to the neighborhood engagement, this application was part of the Development with Us program, which is a robust program that facilitates more neighborhood engagement, and I can let the applicant discuss more about the engagement efforts that were undertaken. We have been in receipt of several letters of support for this project and 1 letter of concern that is also in your packet. The applicant has also submitted a good neighbor plan as part of the application and can discuss details of that if necessary. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me at this time?
Seeing none, thank you, Laura. And we'll invite the applicant up to add additional detail as you would like.
Thank you, Laura. You did a great job describing that. My name is Brian Elvey. I'm the Executive Director at Guiding Light. I think this mic's going to need to go up a little bit. First, I'd like to thank the Planning Department for allowing us to participate in the Development with Us program, and that allowed us to collaborate with close neighbors and other stakeholders in this endeavor. Guiding Light is specifically here to get the approval from the Planning Commission to allow a special land use for transitional housing for no more than 12 unrelated people to reside on this property. We're super excited about this. Guiding Light's been, you might not know this, Guiding Light's been in operation for 95 years serving men, and we just started getting in the service of women in 2023. So we're super excited, and we concentrate on helping men and women who are struggling with addiction. We really do, we want people to live a new life. We want them to have an opportunity to live a new life. Our program, like it was mentioned, will be off-site. So during the day, these women would be shuttled off-site. And I want to make it really clear, we're not a detox. We don't offer any detox services at Guiding Light. We are committed to being a good neighbor. We have other properties in the Grand Rapids surrounding area, and we really take pride in keeping our properties up to date and taken care of. We have included our operational plan with our special land use application, and we're confident that it provides a framework that will allow a nurturing environment for the women who are receiving Guiding Light's services. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I read this and all of 24 hours ago, so could you remind me, is there staffing of this facility full-time or?
Yes, so we call a house manager, correct?
House manager,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And we'll open it up for public comment. If you'd like to share your thoughts, please come up to the microphone, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. 3 or less. Did I say 30 seconds or less?
Yeah. Steve Rice. Carol, that's R-U-I-S. If the chair will permit me here, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Van Streen for his years of service to this board. outlasted me by a few years. Paul, thanks for taking on the chair. When you came to the board, you said, I'll do this, but I just won't chair. That's what I recall.
That didn't make it in the minutes, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Nice poem today. I can see that you're already chairing well. I don't believe I got a poem, Kyle. In all seriousness, quickly, what you have before you today is a good application, having observed it as a neighbor, business owner on Wealthy Street, also as a member of Eastern Avenue. We're excited as a committee. There's several members that are here today that are hoping for your support of this application. I believe they've done their homework. They've engaged with the community, and they've met the special land use requirements. I point specifically to the fact that its intended use here in the application is very consistent with its current use and not that far streaming, besides all of the sort of physical attributes that the property brings for this particular use, which are all part of your application. So we'd all appreciate your support of this today, and hopefully you'll get out of here on time in this nice Sunday afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Ask the applicant back if anything you'd like to add.
No, not at this time.
Thank you. And
I
then-
have one question. The adjacent property, you're going to combine them. What is going to be the use of that, or is it just green space?
If I remember correctly, I think the driveway is kind of goes right on the property line. So the garden you saw that doesn't look so much like a garden in
Yeah.
the picture, there's like a shed and then maybe a swing set or something. So we would develop that to some, make it look nice and have maybe a picnic table or something like that there. But our plan is to continue to kind of revive the garden.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't have any other questions, but I think this use here is completely appropriate. It's a residential use in a residential area. It's a use that we need in the city, and I'm grateful for Guiding Light bringing this to us, and I'm in full support.
I'm a little sad that we have to talk about this one. I feel like this should have been just allowed, but happy to support it.
You're welcome to take your seat if you'd like. Sorry. Do we need any definitions, like transitional housing versus treatment? The letter of concern pointed to some technical definitions.
Yeah, based on the submitted narrative and the conversations we've had with Brian, this was thoroughly evaluated over the past several months for a variety of reasons, and ultimately staff concluded that this met the definition of a transitional emergency shelter, which is a special land use. Based on the specifics of the operation plan and the fact that there is not detox, there is not on-site treatment taking place, it did not meet the definition of a rehabilitation facility and does not appear to be operating as such based on testimony of Brian, of the applicant.
I appreciate the inclusion of a good neighbor plan here and a thorough operations plan. They're not going to be intake will happen in normal business hours. It's not going to be a lot of coming and going, so I have no concerns about negative impact on the neighborhood either. I'm happy to make a motion unless we think do we need more discussion?
I think you're okay now. Thank you.
All right, go for it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Guiding Light Mission, Inc., Brian Alvey, to establish transitional housing in association with a recovery program for up to 12 women in the TN MDR Zone District at 525 and 527 Eastern Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the intended variety of housing choices while protecting established development patterns of the TN MDR Zone District, support recommendations of the 2002 Community Master Plan to encourage the preservation and reuse of historically and architecturally significant structures, and to maintain and increase the number and variety of housing units to meet the diverse needs of existing residents and to attract new residents to the city. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.8.e because the proposed use will utilize an existing residential home without significant building or site changes, and the two separate tax parcels will be combined. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will be a continuation of multi-residential use of the property with residents living in as a household in a cooperative manner that has already been established for many years. Programming will occur off-site during regular business hours. An on-site house manager will have permanent residence on the property. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because adequate on-site parking will be provided, as it is anticipated that residents will not own their own vehicle and will utilize carpools and public transportation. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter, because the program's strict guidelines for visitors and guests will minimize the potential of excessive traffic. The nature of the proposed use requires provision of a calm setting for residents, and quiet nighttime hours will be in place, and traffic will be minimized through twice daily shuttling of residents to and from off-site programming. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the existing building, parking area, and landscaping are appropriately situated on the site and in compliance with the TN neighborhood requirements. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist. No additional burden is expected to be with the establishment of this use. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the intent of the program is to provide a needed service and resource, resulting in placement of financially stable, independent individuals that will contribute to the economic welfare of the city. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions that A, approvals, seen on your screen and read previously. 2, that the use shall accommodate no more than 12 residents at any one time, 11 program participants, and 1 live-in house manager. And 3, that the two parcels will be combined.
Support.
A motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our next case is 662 Leonard Street Northwest.
One, two, three, four, five, 7. Sorry, I just had to count real quick.
Our next case today is for 662 Leonard Street Northwest. The request is for a proposed indoor sports facility with alcohol sales for on-site consumption. 662 Leonard Northwest is on the south side of Leonard Street between Muskegon and Davis Avenues. Health and athletic clubs in the TN TBA zone district, as well as the on-site alcohol use, both require special land use approval. The West Side Area Specific Plan designates the area in which this property is located as a traditional business corridor, in which a mix of uses are appropriate while respecting the historical storefront character of the West Side. The surrounding uses are traditional business area. To the south is low-density residential. The subject property is a little over 6,000 square feet in area and is improved with a one-story brick building that takes up the majority of the site. As you can see in these photos, especially in the two photos in the back, the building is in a state of disrepair. The Building Inspections Department has identified this building in dire need of either restoration or demolition. It's the applicant's intent to restore this building as much as possible. The front, it has been determined that the front facade of the building cannot be restored as is, and so the intent is to tear down the facade and rebuild the front of the building clad in brick. I'll show the elevation. As indicated in the elevation, the north elevation on the site plan. Storefront windows will be incorporated in the plan, and the door into the building will be recessed. The final details of the rebuild and the exterior can be approved at through the permitting process. One element under consideration today, the applicant is proposing on the sides and the rear of the building to use metal siding. Metal siding as a primary building material requires approval by the Planning Commission. The ordinance states that 50% of walls visible from public streets, exclusive of wall areas devoted to meeting transparency requirements, shall be constructed of brick, glass, fiber cement siding, wood lap, stucco, split-faced block, or stone. And any metal siding that is approved it's suggested is combined with masonry foundation, which extends a minimum of 2 feet above adjacent grade. The applicant is proposing metal siding to grade on the sides and the rear of the building. The Planning Commission should consider the appropriateness of the siding relative to its visibility from the public alley at the rear and the street. This is a view from Muskegon Street, looking west, and you can see some of the building is visible from the street, from that location, as well as some of the side of the building at the front. Regarding the proposed operation of the building, I should mention the front of the building, there is this, a curb cut and a garage door access to Leonard Street. It's proposed that the curb cut will be closed, the curbs restored, curb and gutter restored, and there will not be a garage or vehicle entrance from Leonard Street. It is shown on the plan that the entrances in the back of the building will be maintained. So the uses that are proposed are pickleball courts and virtual golf. You can see on the floor plan on this side that there are 3 full-size pickleball courts proposed at the rear of the building and 4 virtual golf simulators proposed at the front of the building. There's also a pro shop at the northeast front corner of the building, and that is where the packaged or the alcohol will be sold. It's not a bar where there will be draft beer or open containers. It's the intent is to serve prepackaged alcohol, but for on-site consumption. There's no bar seating area. There are 2 lounge areas proposed, and no food will be available on site aside from snacks that would be appropriate for a pro shop. Patrons are encouraged to bring food from neighboring businesses and from outside into the facility. There's also, there are 2 bathrooms proposed, and one of the bathrooms will have a shower. The hours of operation proposed, it's proposed to be open at 6 a.m. Monday through Friday, open at 7 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays, closed 10 p.m. Sunday through Tuesday, and open until midnight Wednesday through Saturday. One of the things that I have learned since working on this case is that pickleball is infamously noisy as a sport, and the applicant has indicated that they intend to incorporate some sound buffering acoustic elements into the building reconstruction to help eliminate any potential noise disturbing any neighboring properties. With the virtual golf simulators located at the front of the building, there may be a need for some window shades or window treatments to prevent glare from disturbing the functionality of the simulators. The Planning Commission should consider what the appropriate treatments would be for that use and for the storefront windows. As I've said before, the building is the site. There is no parking available. The parking required is 16 parking spaces would be required for the athletic facility. The Planning Commission should consider the appropriateness of a parking waiver, which could be accomplished through parking in the vicinity. There is a public lot with 18 spaces available on West Leonard. It's the West Leonard parking lot available just down the street. And there is street parking available on Leonard. I had looked at the Vital Streets plan. There is a plan to redo Leonard Street from Powers to Alpine. That is west of this property and will not impact street parking directly in front of this property. The applicant has attended the West Grand Neighborhood Association meeting and can provide additional detail if desired. And the West Grand Neighborhood Association has submitted a letter of support for the project. In sum, we're asking the Planning Commission to consider the athletic facility use with the addition of on-site alcohol consumption and any potential adverse effects of the uses on the neighborhood, in addition to the parking waiver. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Laura?
Are there going to be any windows on the side, or is that just blank walls?
The applicant can provide additional information. I did not see any potential windows on the side on the plans.
All right, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up to fill in any additional detail.
Hi, my name's Blaine Westerland. I'm a part owner of Pickle and Pin. Thanks for letting us propose this project to you today. Answering first off the question of the windows, no, since we're so tight on the lot lines, we decided against adding any glazing to the side there. And I think answering another question that Laura brought up in terms of the window shades at the north side, highly unlikely that we'd need them. It just, in terms of potential glare that may come off Ralph's or another storefront on the other side could adversely affect the sim experience in those first couple of bays. I think we're really interested about being in the space, and I think a little bit background. I'm a co-worker of Commissioner Swim at Pure Architects. The owner of Pure Architects, Zach, and I are part owners in this venture. We just moved our office to 422 Leonard, and we're down by Speedway, right by the highway. And it's something that we've talked about before a lot, in kind of integrating within the neighborhood. And we saw this dilapidated building a few blocks down from where we work, and we thought it was a great opportunity to kind of invest in where we work in the community. And so that's kind of how this project came to fruition. We both are super involved in sports and really love golf, and pickleball is really growing, and so that's kind of how we got to this point.
Will it be air conditioned such that you can have all the doors closed in the summertime?
Yes.
Yeah, could you talk about the need for the garage entrance in the rear of the building?
So the thought with that is currently would be the only space that we could get glazing in without having to cut in new windows along lot lines on the sides of the building. So it wouldn't feel like an industrial back end of the building when you're in there playing.
Okay, so it's going to be a garage door with windows,
That's what we're currently thinking, yes.
but it's not going to be open.
No, I think it would be adverse to things of birds or anything else getting into the space.
And then following up on the shade question, so do you envision kind of shades like those that are in this room? Okay, so no permanent kind of glazing or anything on the windows that would prevent transparency or people to
Correct.
see
So
in.
they're not. So it's not blackout shades. I think it'd be more like this, to where it would block out any glare. And it would be doubtful if it would even come down halfway.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Oh, and then, so you went to the neighborhood association. Did you do any additional engagement with the immediate neighbors or?
We haven't done any further engagement with the neighbors, no.
It appears this building's been vacant for a while. Do you know how long?
I don't know how long, but it's been vacant for a while, yes.
Needs some tender loving care.
Yes.
And can you make the case for using metal siding for much of the building?
I think in terms of feasibility and we're trying to, the building doesn't currently meet energy code, and so we're looking to bring it up to a standard, the current standard, and so getting that on there with a metal panel, and I think metal panel is a pretty wide open term, right? And so I think we're talking more in terms of its architectural box rib, not a corrugated material, so something that's a little bit nicer, a heavier gauge than a traditional metal that you might think of. So yeah.
And non-reflective, right, for the neighbors?
Correct.
Will there be exposed fasteners on that?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you. And we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone who would like to comment on this case, please come to the microphone, state your name. And you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Mark DeSatterly. I own the building right next to it, the residential property, 656 Leonard. I have 4 single-bedroom apartments in there. I have very affordable housing. Rents are from $400 up to $750. I have an 80-year-old lady who's been there 20 years. Another lady in her 50s has been there 15 years. And I guess noise would be my biggest concern. He mentioned they would put some sound deadening panels. And I don't know how good that would be. I know pickleball is very noisy. I don't know if you've all heard it. It's a very irritating sound. It's kind of hard plastic balls. You know, if somebody has to hear that, my tenants, that's a problem. And I don't know if there's a way it could be deadened appropriately enough. And if it was, I mean, I don't know if they could, if the city would inspect it enough to be certain it's adequate, so there wouldn't be any noise. So that's kind of the main problem, or my main concern, I should say, the noise. And then parking, that could be an issue too, because I do have a lot of parking available behind my building. Obviously, signs could be put up to say that, you know, people could be told if they're not tenants there. And I don't know if he'd be willing to go along and put up some signs himself, or I could always do it if required. Yeah, all along that back wall there. That's all open. Occasionally, I have people parked there currently. I don't know when this other lot gets full. I'm a little concerned about the alcohol sales. Not necessarily for the customers there. I don't know if people walk in off the street, just go in there and drink. then walk back out. Because I have a lot of problems over the years, people loitering in my yard, or just drunk in my yard, or even drunk in the city lot, people loitering, so that's my concern with the alcohol sales. So I think that's mostly it. I don't think the golf simulators would be a problem. They're not right next to my house. I have no idea if they make much noise or not, probably not. Any questions, anybody?
No, thank you.
Would the city, suppose he puts the sound deadening panels in there, would the city or the builders inspect, be certain that things are quiet enough?
Yeah, we'll cover that when we're done with the public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else like to comment on this case?
Hello, everyone. My name is Spencer Arnold. I am a manager at Nature's Relief, the dispensary located adjacent to the building in reference. My 2 points of that I would just like to address. One, I feel like it being a sports facility brings a lot more foot traffic that is currently not on Leonard Street, being more upbeat, maybe younger individuals, sport enthusiasts, etc. The second portion, maybe of a little bit more of a concern, would be the parking as far as being directly in front of our business. Just being, like previously discussed, whether that's some sort of separation or something of that sort. I feel like the public lot that is being referred to isn't in use at all for the most part. So I feel like that is applicable if it's something that everyone else sees fit. But overall, I feel like the idea behind the business brings a better light to West Grand as it is. I know myself, I associate with the West Grand organization a lot. So I feel like overall it brings a better light and a younger audience to that area as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this case? If not, we'll close the public hearing. And Kristen, would you like to respond to some of the processes? Relative to sound.
Sound, yep. So so we could require a noise analysis as part of the building permit review process to make sure that we have more information about the types of materials relative to the anticipated noise that would be made. I don't think we have enough skills as planners or an understanding as planners to understand how the existing wall sections and proposed materials would mitigate or not adequately mitigate noise. So we could certainly make that a condition of approval, or we could bring that information back for your review. We have done that in the past, largely for nightclub live entertainment. So we could replicate a similar condition as part of the review to make sure that the proposed building materials and use, well, I guess the proposed materials mitigate sound that would result from the activity inside the building. In terms of parking, some of that is behavioral management, making sure that if you own a parking lot, that you have every right to sign it accordingly and tow as you see fit. I think it would certainly be beneficial if any sort of parking education could take place from the owner as part of their marketing materials. We've talked about that, I think, in the past with some bars and restaurants to make sure that they're putting that out there so that their customers do know where they can expect to park. So I think we've even had that as a condition of approval on previous cases.
All right, thank you. And we'll invite the applicant back up if there's anything you would like to respond to.
I think I'm good at this time.
I feel like I'm learning a lot about pickleball, and I don't know anything about pickleball. in particular, the noise level, is there an equivalent? Can somebody give me?
No.
Not make a sound.
I know Laura did some research on this. I also did a little bit of research just on the decibel level. Between 55 and 70. Quieter than basketball, but more louder than tennis.
Yeah, noise isn't harmful, that like the decibel level isn't at a level that would be harmful for somebody, but the continuous use of it, and then if you have 3 courts, then it's amplified by the number of times the ball is hit times 3. And the equivalents that I found online would be like a washing machine operates sometimes at a 70 decibel level, or heavy traffic noise might be at a similar level as well.
In addition or in lieu of the noise analysis, you could also look at the proposed hours of operation. I think if the noise could be fully mitigated, perhaps the hours might be supported by the Planning Commission. But if there is concern, that would be another way to help ensure that the sound isn't impactful or, a nuisance to adjacent residents into the evening hours, I'm thinking specifically.
So we have a sound ordinance. I mean, we've talked about it many times here. I'm sure, or I wonder, is there a threshold for pickleball yet on the drawing board?
No, but there are decibel levels and such. I don't know, Laura, if you know offhand or what would be applicable from that section of the ordinance.
I don't think that this would rise to that level, particularly with windows and doors closed during operation.
I
This
hear
will
it's
be
the pong
quieter than a bar or a restaurant in general.
Yeah.
That's
So, like, I guess if I'm walking down the street, would I hear pickleball if all of the doors and windows are closed?
I think that's potentially why we could recommend or include a noise analysis or sound dampening conditions here to make sure that you can't.
You can't. Okay.
Because it's an aggravating kind of pop, and if it's happening all the time and disturbing residents, then I think that's something we would want to prevent.
I think it would be prudent to do that kind of a condition. Personally, I feel that because our applicant is an architect who knows about materials, I don't doubt they will do a good job with it. And secondly, they're motivated to want to because they want to have pickleball players play and not go deaf by playing. So I think there's a lot of inherent reasons to believe that this will work out.
Yeah, we could include a condition such as that the building shall be soundproof so that the interior noise not be heard from the adjacent residential units, and that a study be provided to verify that during the building permit review process.
All right, any other topics of discussion?
I think the only thing for me is the metal panel, right? Which I think can look pretty good, but also can look pretty poor. When I read through what the ordinance requires, I don't know that a decent metal panel looks better than split face Bach, in my opinion. I mean, this is all opinion based, right? But I guess I would like to see a condition that the design intent panel indicated on the plans is the panel used, because I think that panel is a decent exterior architectural grade metal panel, whereas it could be just simply metal roofing bolted on the side of the building, for instance. If I don't know if that would be necessary here, Kristen, but I think this is an issue that's come up many times for a long time, these metal panels that can be very inexpensive, very frankly cheap looking versus actually can be quite nice looking. So I would be comfortable with the metal panel specified.
which is what would be compared to when we go through the building permit process. So we would look at the materials that were approved by the Planning Commission, especially when there's a modification or deviation made to ensure, and that's why, Laura is specific about the gauge and the
Yeah.
depth. And I asked the question about no exposed fasteners, and that was confirmed.
Yep.
So when we get the building permit, we would expect that it looks this way and that meets those specifications that were described in the narrative.
So, and I think those specifications are fine, but there are multiple specifications that can meet 24 gauge 1-inch rib panel, but the pack clad panel that's specifically called out as basis of design on the plans is what I would like to see us specify. Because what's in the report is more broad than that. And my PDF reader isn't functioning quite right, but on the screen right there in the lower right-hand corner where the materials are mentioned, it does say in a basis of design, like that panel is, I'm good with that panel or something similar to that, but there's lots of panels that would meet that 1-inch gauge 1-inch 24-inch gauge, 24 gauge.
So the specifications on the right side of the screen, the lower, that says MPO1 metal panel covered color TBD pattern 1-inch box rib. BOD equals PAC dash clad box rib 2 dash minimum 24 gauge would be the specification.
That BOD is basis of design, pack clad is a brand, and that pack clad panel that's called out, I would be comfortable with that as a reasonable architectural metal panel. It could be similar to that, and it doesn't have to be exact one, but I would hate to see it replaced with a similar gauge 1-inch rib panel that could easily be a very inexpensive roof panel, I guess.
And the lack of a masonry base along the rear.
Personally, I think it would look better as a complete architectural decent metal panel than have a 2-foot split face block and then the metal panel. Like I don't think split face looks that great, so I feel like that verbiage is a little outdated in our ordinance. But so I'm comfortable with it the way it is without the block.
I think the shape of the building matters too in what you're responding to, and I think that is why I agree that would be appropriate. So not for any building, but with this particularly shaped building, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the brick get wrapped around specifically towards the residential home. I don't know that we need to require that. I think that would be ideal, but that does add quite a bit of cost, and I don't know that it's necessary as long as the panel is a decent architectural metal panel.
I am okay with the elevations as drawn. I think the materials are appropriate. And I'm not concerned about parking at this location. As per testimony, that parking lot is always empty, and there's been many discussions in the neighborhood about how to utilize that better as a regional solution to parking constraints, if there are any, along this stretch. So not concerned about that. I think it's great to activate this and get some more foot traffic, particularly in this block. There's been a lot of improvements. Ralph's has done a great job of facade improvements over the years, and I think this is just one more step.
Any further discussion, or do we have a motion?
I can make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of, is it Hugo West or Jugo West Inc., Blaine Westerland, for an indoor sports facility with alcohol sales for on-site consumption at 662 Leonard Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and the zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will align with the Westside ASP recommendation for a mix of uses while respecting the historical storefront character of the area, promote rehabilitation and reuse of an older building, maintain and enhance economically vibrant as well as attractive business and commercial areas. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of sections 5.12.08.e because the proposed use will be located internally within an existing building that will be rehabilitated to meet current standards. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. The proposed use is unique and will complement existing uses in the area. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the building and its entrances will be appropriately located. On-street parking, district parking, and transit are available, and additional soundproofing will be provided to prevent undesirable noises from escaping the building. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, visual clutter, because the applicant has indicated that sound dampening efforts will be incorporated in the building renovation to minimize potential noise resulting from indoor pickleball games. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the proposed building design and use will enhance the neighborhood's character with additional pedestrian activity, enhancing its walkable scale and reinforce a sense of place with a strong street wall. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or would be provided at no additional cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the site is currently improved with public infrastructure. Reliance on additional public services is not anticipated. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions given the proposed scale, hours, and location. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed use and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use will contribute to the vitality of the district. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the scale of the operation will inherently limit the intensity and impact of the use. The proposed hours of operation are consistent with the other establishments in the vicinity. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the alcohol use is proposed as an amenity for athletic patrons and will be relatively small in scale. And an alcohol management plan will be in place. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals, as you see on the screen. Number 2, the occasional rental of the space for private events shall include use of the sports facilities. Number 3, that the hours of operation will be limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Tuesday, 6 a.m. to midnight Wednesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to midnight Saturday, and 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday. Number 4, did we land on a top one? Okay. That the window treatments shall be used to shade the interior as needed, maintaining visibility of the active use within the building as much as practicable in order to meet zoning ordinance transparency requirements per section 5.6.08.h. And we are allowing that. Do I need to state it since it was as written?
Just to be clear, speaking to the Commissioner's comments, that the proposed metal panel be as specified on the building elevation sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other, addressing the noise, that the building shall be soundproof so that the interior noise not be heard from the adjacent residential units, and that a noise analysis be provided to verify this requirement prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Yep.
Support.
Thank you. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Passes. Thank you. Our next case is 70 Ionia Avenue Southwest.
Our next request is at 70 Ionia Southwest. The request is for a new bar and on theme for as in the last case, an indoor 9-hole mini golf course. So keeping with the sports theme today. This property is a TNCC City Center Zone District, and it's identified in the GR Forward Plan as a targeted retail and entertainment corridor, where ground floor retail and entertainment uses are appropriate. The surrounding areas are all city center, and there are a mix of uses in the area. The property is on the northeast corner of Oak Street and Ionia Avenue. And the proposed use will occupy the entire first floor of the building. It's approximately 8,200 square feet in area. The building is in a historic district. As of today, there are no exterior changes proposed. And building permits are currently under review for the interior renovation of this project. As I've said, the proposed use will be it's a bar. The bar will be centrally located within the building. On the west side, there will be seating for approximately 119 people, and the rest of the floor area will be dedicated to the 9-hole interior, inside 9-hole mini golf course. Light food service will be provided. There is a full kitchen already existing in the space, and so the applicant intends to utilize the kitchen, maybe not right at first, but eventually offering light food. There's not a planned full-service menu at this time. The hours of operation are proposed to be Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. The mini golf is considered live entertainment in association with the proposed bar use is a permitted use in this zone district. So under consideration today is the request for the new bar. The no parking is required in the city center zone district, so we won't need to address that. And the applicant has engaged with the neighboring business associations and can provide additional detail. There are letters in your packet that have been submitted in support of this project. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me?
While you're teeing up your questions for Laura, I'm going to say, I should have said this earlier, the next case, 540 Cherry Street Southeast, Family Promise, as the applicant has been withdrawn. So I do hope nobody's been sitting here waiting for that one this whole time. I said it at the beginning, but I meant to say it midstream. Okay, any questions for Laura? Thank you, and we'll invite the app.
Sorry, I have just one. So in the draft resolution language, there's something about a trip generation letter. If there's no need for parking, I guess what's the rationale for that?
John Bartlett put that in his notes upon review, and I think I can follow up with him for more detail. I don't believe he's here today, so
okay.
I put that in because he put it in the case review.
Oh, Ariana's here, maybe she can help.
That might have just been a kind of bureaucratic muscle memory. So it's one of the things that before we, put somebody through the kind of time and expense of a full traffic study is that we ask for a trip generation letter. More so for sites that are, people are going to be going specifically to that site. This is just kind of in our downtown core where people are going. So I'd probably chalk it up to that.
All right, and then we'll invite the applicant up if there's anything you would like to add.
And you can.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, City Planners.
I do want to qualify, we are a golf site, but if you're a good golfer, you go to Blaine's Place. If you think you're a good golfer, you can come to mine. So we have 2 existing sites in Chicago. So our concept is called Big Mini Putt Club. We have a location in Wicker Park. I don't know how familiar everyone is with the city of Chicago. It's the northwest side of Chicago. And then we have one in Wrigleyville, Boys Town, depending on who, it's kind of a border area. But 2 locations. The first one opened 3 years ago. We signed the lease for that space at the end of 2019. I had the awesome foresight to sign it just before global pandemic, and then ended up opening February, March of 21. So it's been about 3 years. And then the second location opened about a year ago. And then my wife, the reason I wanted to come to Grand Rapids is that my wife actually does a lot of work. She works at the University of Chicago Health System, and she does a lot of work with Spectrum Corewell. So for the past 2 years, I've kind of tagged along to a lot of her work trips. And every time I come, I talk to people about, hey, what do you think about this thing that I'm doing in Chicago? Do you think people would like it? Do you think it'd be fun here? And the feedback has been very positive. And I think for the past 6-9 months, we've kind of honed in on where we want to be in this space that used to be a nightclub, I'm told. It was a nightclub called Nightclub Moxie, and then was Myers Test Kitchen for the past 8-9 years or so. So, yeah. But if there's anything else that I can answer for you all, that please let me know.
Do you expect to keep the facade pretty much the same?
Yes.
A lot of glass there?
Yep. Yeah, and the blue wave, the blue flame will remain. That's
Great.
not going to be touched. So.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, then we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to speak on this case. Make your way up to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and open it up for planning commissioner discussion.
Well, I think this is a perfectly appropriate use in this location. I think it's unique and fun. And I think it'll really activate that corner in a district that we want to be active. So yeah, I'm in full support.
I agree. I think too, located nearby Studio Park, which has a lot of outdoor activity, being able to walk by and see what's going on in here and then participate is a good addition to the neighborhood.
I love Meyer and all, but I think this is a great active use for this site. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think it's a good concept and will fit well in this district.
Happy to make a motion. All right. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Short Game Projects LLC, Nicholas Jenkins, for a new bar in association with an indoor miniature golf facility to be open until 1 a.m. at 70 Ionia Avenue Southwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will be located in an area designated by the GR Forward Plan for ground floor retail or entertainment uses and reflect the purpose and intent of the TNCC Zone District, encouraging reuse of existing buildings. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because the proposed use will be located internally within an existing building. The design of the existing building is consistent with the standards for the zone district. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood, and the use has the support of neighboring businesses. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the building is existing and the entrance is appropriately located. Existing storefront windows on both street-facing sides of the building will be maintained. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter because late-night activity is expected and appropriate in downtown locations and no outdoor seating or activity is proposed. The proposed use will not adversely affect affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because no changes are proposed to the existing building. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions given the proposed scale, hours, and location. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use will contribute to the vitality of the district, and downtown is an appropriate location for this type of use. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the mini golf use is unique and anticipated to complement other uses in the vicinity. The proposed hours of operation are consistent with other establishments in the vicinity. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the indoor area is large enough to accommodate people waiting for mini golf. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions at A, approvals. Coming up here. There we are. 2, that nightclub operation, including live music and dancing, is not included as part of this approval. 3, that seating for approximately 119 people will be provided with a large area of the building dedicated to miniature golf use. 4, that the hours of operation shall be limited to closing at 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. 5, that a trip generation letter to document potential trips for the use shall be provided as requested by Mobile GR.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion?
Oh. I thought she said it was standard that they did want it.
I think she was saying that it was just
Inadvertently.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think it's needed.
I was looking through as well, Elizabeth. I think it was a mistake, and she said, she clarified that it was not needed because
I
we
see.
were in the
I misunderstood. Then strike that. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Still have support?
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And our last case is 180 North Division Avenue.
Hi there. You're from GRCC?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm with Metro Science.
Oh, okay.
Jim.
Hi there. Okay, as we've previously mentioned, 540 Cherry Street Southeast has been withdrawn and will not be considered. And so the last item on the agenda is 180 North Division Avenue, which is a request from Grand Rapids Community College for a new sign that would be a major amendment to an existing planned sign program. It's a major amendment because it was not originally included in that sign program. Their planned sign program encompasses the 2 campuses, the DeVos and the downtown campus, and the site in question is 180 North Division Avenue. It's in the City Center Zone District. It's the one that's highlighted here at Division and Lyon. And this slide is showing where all the signs that have previously been approved are located. This slide shows the building in question. It's at the southeast corner of Division and Lyon, College Park Plaza. This is facing Division. This is the north side of the building on Lyon, and this is the north side of the building on Lyon is where the sign is being proposed. This is from the other direction. And this is the south side of the building. This is not the side that would include the new signage. This slide is showing the signage as proposed, and I do want to clarify a couple of things here. So this sign doesn't fall neatly into any category. This is an unusual building, right? And if we were to call it a wall sign is typically no higher than 16 feet, and so it's higher than 16 feet. But if we call it a wall sign, it would be a maximum of 32 feet on the main frontage where you have the entrance, and 24 square feet where you have the secondary frontage. So that would be 24 feet. We've drawn a little 32 square foot image on the sign here, just for comparison sakes. So wall sign, it's higher than a wall sign would be and larger. So let's call it an upper level sign. If it's an upper level sign, that would be based on a maximum size allowance of 1.25 square feet per linear feet of building wall. For this wall, we'd probably measure the main part of the building, and that would give us 102 square feet. Additionally, for upper level signs, there is a height maximum, which is 48 inches for a building of this height. So the applicant is proposing one 770 square foot sign. That is somewhere between an upper level and a wall sign. The applicant has indicated that the sign placement is intended to direct southbound traffic to the main campus, as well as to promote placemaking. A couple of other things the Planning Commission might want to consider is that there are a number of existing downtown wayfinding signs that do include the GRCC campus, and there are GRCC banners on light posts along the perimeter roadways adjacent to the downtown campus. I'd also like to point out that while the Planning Commission, I would like to point out that the Planning Commission cannot take the current owner of the building or the content of the sign into consideration. That's not something that we can regulate, okay? So the ownership of the building could change. Things do change. The GRCC's DeVos campus used to be Davenport. So things do change over time. So right now, we know that GRCC owns this building, and we may be able to feel confident in their stewardship. But it is possible, that it could change, and any content could be put on this 770 square foot sign. So in this is an amendment to the plan sign program for this one sign, and I'd encourage the Planning Commission to consider the standards for approval for a plan sign program in your consideration and deliberation, and those are in your packet there. And here's one last slide that shows, that's a mock-up of what the sign might look like on the building. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant.
Just one question. So the community college has a plan sign program, and this doesn't fit within that program. That's why it's coming to us today?
The plan sign program did not allow for any additional signage. They did not originally ask for signage for this building, so it's an amendment.
So anytime they have something new, that has to come before us because it's outside the parameter, if it's outside the parameters of the existing plan.
Right, and the zoning ordinance does allow us some latitude for some minor changes to signage that has been approved, but not for new signage.
Okay.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? All right, thank you. And we'll invite the applicant up.
Thank you. I'm Jim Cook with Metro Signs. I'm the selected fabricator for this project.
I'm Jim Van Dackenberg, Executive Director of Facilities at GRCC.
As you've seen in the application, kind of things what we're looking at for, and she touched upon it. When we initially looked at this site and this project, as you all know, there's numerous directories of signage of kiosks throughout downtown. Even more importantly, in the last 4 or 5 months, as I'm sure you've all seen as well, we've added, I think there's 43 new signs and kiosk and wayfinding signage throughout downtown. A lot of those, especially in this area, have GRCC listed as a destination, and they're pointing through either verbiage and or a combination of arrows and directions to get them to the campus. This, obviously, and you may look at it from the line of sight on Division, the photo and the inlay, does that. It creates the place mark for pedestrians on Division, as well as all the drive-by traffic. And it's because obviously it's a campus, right? So we have a large entity there. This does a great job of enhancing that kind of, you've arrived. So I think it needs to be the size that it is visually, especially as you look at the line of sight and traffic coming down Division. And I think it lends hand to the addition of all the new signage we have throughout downtown Grand Rapids.
Can you expand on why it needs to be this size? You said it needs to be this large.
I mean, I go back to. If you look at this, and we've done additional photo surveys, if I get into the traffic lane heading south on Division, that's the best line of sight. And at this one is sitting on where the old bar, Magoo's used to be on so we're down the side street. So it's not really a true representation of the line of sight coming down Division. The line of sight dictates kind of the size. Now then it becomes an issue of is it large enough to accomplish the goal and be visible and say, hey, you're at GRCC. So that's kind of the reasoning behind the size of it.
Just something that you mentioned as it relates to the other signs that have been put up around Grand Rapids, letting people know which direction. Those signs, are they more pedestrian focused or vehicular?
It's really a combination. A lot of them are the double-sided kiosks with the maps, obviously more pedestrian focused. There's the blade sign, which is, if you go to this location, there is one right around the corner from this building. That accomplishes both, right? Pedestrian traffic and vehicular traffic. So I would say it's both.
Both, okay.
And if you look at them, you can tell the newer ones have they're blue and silver, like the Lions colors, what we call them. And then the older ones are down a couple blocks more, having an antique kind of ornamental iron feel to them.
And just one other question. I think I'm confused just a little bit. This sign doesn't light up,
correct?
Does it? Okay.
Non-illuminated.
Okay, perfect.
And this I just brought, this is the aluminum extrusion that mounts to the building. It would be painted the same color as the mullions and the window frame. So it's very low profile, very clean, no illumination. It's solely what you're going to see there is the image.
The sign face itself is actually a vinyl, a banner.
Correct. It's a flex face. So this mounts to the building, and there's just a tension system in there for wind and that type of thing to it. But it's pulled tight. It's not something that flaps in the wind. These are what you see, Myers, casinos, sports venues, all the same method.
Got you. Thank you.
So there are banners on streetlights. There are numerous other signs, as you already said, that have been approved as part of this planned sign program. I guess I just still don't understand the need for this sign.
if you, especially with line being one way, so if you're on campus, and a majority of the signage up the hill is the parking garage, and then it's a block up, basically. There is one sign around the back side of this, and there is the illuminated letters at the front side of the building. There's really nothing of scale on the north elevation, which is what we're looking at, that's going to accomplish what the campus is trying to provide. That's a statement of arrival. And right, it's GRCC, here it is, you're there.
So we noted in our staff report some other kind of potential ways to accomplish that placemaking. I guess why did you not consider those in terms of like a mural or planters or other kinds of gateway treatments?
That, I don't know. And this was done through an RFP process through GRCC, so I don't want to speak for that.
It's on the application, so I'm probably just repeating what you've already read, but this is a unique intersection. It's a highway spur. It's a main thoroughfare. It's one way with relatively quick traffic in many directions. The other side of the road is two-way. College Park Plaza is not only the edge of campus, it's sort of a distinct edge unto itself. In other words, there's not a lot of buildings around it. The typology isn't academic, I would say. So looking at line of sight from people coming to this corner, we don't feel that it registers the edge of campus as well as it could here, whereas in other parts of campus, it's more traditionally laid out across blocks with adjacent buildings and banners, so you feel it. Here on this state highway, with the views and the zero setback on both sides, this is the solution that we felt was appropriate given those types of factors. And that's a distinct instance, if you will, on our campus that really isn't replicated elsewhere.
And Jim, what about the other side of the building? Like, why is it necessary on the one side but not the other?
I sense that on the other side, where the adjacency is St. Mark's and their parking lot, that it's different. That is actually, you can see Cook Hall, you can see our main building. The campus is present on the south side, the east side, up the hill along Fulton Street, and it's not here. I'm sure, as we all know, this is a spur of the interstate system next to a campus with a singular building somewhat off on its own. And so we feel the condition is different than the rest of the campus and merits a solution like this one that doesn't fit in the same way the others do.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Brian, if I can put you on the spot as the architect, I wonder how you react to it's a challenging architectural building, of course.
So I have a lot of feelings. I'm not sure I fully understand the intent of signage ordinance to begin with and what problems we're trying to solve. So maybe that's a question I should ask. But like, so if we're talking about murals potentially being on the table, but a sign not, you look at a building like this and doesn't have painted brick. So painting over it is probably more detrimental than putting up a sign. And I think there are mural rules that would probably make it so that it can't be a sign, so it wouldn't say these things on it. So I think that I think there is a valid argument to say that doing it out of vinyl is more appropriate for the building than just painting the side of it, because that's far more permanent. You're never going to bring back that original brick if you paint it, or not well. So I think there's merit with it being a sign, or with it being a vinyl instead of paint. Personally, I'm not sure that I see a valid distinction between brightly colored mural that doesn't have text and a sign that does. I'm not sure how I'm not sure I understand that distinction. So, but on top of all of that, I also, because we are held to the signage ordinance, I'm not sure how a sign that's 7 times the size is easily approvable either. So I think that our signage ordinance might need some attention, or some thought, but yeah, so I'm struggling when it comes to that. So I don't know if I actually answered your question, but I think that's the best I got.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot. But I did, because many times these special sign circumstances come down to architectural design, and when it's a traditional building, you have traditional signage approaches. This is not in any way a traditional building. That's why I called you up.
Yeah, I don't think with my question to the applicant about other placemaking things that they considered or didn't consider, that I was suggesting that it's either the sign or a mural on the building. I think the root of my questions and thoughts about this are that I don't think this sign meets our standards for approval. I don't think it results in a more attractive aesthetic setting. I don't think it has any safety benefit. I don't think that it achieves a purpose that couldn't be achieved otherwise. I think there's a lot of signage in this area that lets you know you're entering and on GRCC's campus, and I don't think this is necessary.
My general opinion is, like, just looking at this picture of the building here, I would just like to see something there, because, I don't know, something is better than nothing if I'm walking through downtown. But to blow up the ordinance for it, I'm not in favor of. And for the stated intent, the theory is, it gives a marker, right? You've arrived here. No exaggeration. I walk through here. I drive down this street almost every day, probably 6 days a week. I've never had a problem telling when I'm on GRCC's campus and when I'm not. So especially with the signage that we already have out here, I don't think it's hard to tell. But I would like something there. I don't know, just for the sake of having something. I want something there. But I don't think that this sign, for the reasons stated, and just because of the ordinance, is the most appropriate thing in this case. So.
When you say something there, you mean on the building, or?
Yeah, on the building.
Area?
Just it's just blank. Obviously. Yeah, but that's just me. That's just my personal opinion. Most people will look at that and think it's great, but me, I would want to see a little bit more there. But it doesn't have to be a sign letting me know that I'm at a place that I know that I'm at, especially if I intended to go there in the first place. So.
Kristen, can you remind us so we're not supposed to base this decision on content of the sign. Can the content of the sign change after we approve it?
Yes.
So what's the difference in regulation between this type of a sign and a billboard?
So billboard has, it was specifically discussed as part of that Supreme Court decision that we remain content neutral. There was a concurring opinion, I think it's called, that differentiated between off-premise commercial messaging, i.e. billboards, and commercial messaging. And we do have an ordinance that does allow billboards. We allow posters, I believe, of 230 square feet. We allow bulletins of 672 square feet. So those do have special considerations through the Planning Commission. We recently even updated that ordinance, you may recall. But this is commercial messaging, on-premise commercial messaging, and so it is regulated by the sign ordinance, we would not use the billboard ordinance to try to facilitate that. I realize that's not your question.
Yeah, but GRCC could not choose to sell this sign to the highest bidder and advertise a pizza shop on this in the future.
That's correct.
They could not do that.
They could not do that.
So it has to advertise only the tenant in the building.
Correct.
Okay. But the tenant changes, the sign content could change, and we would have no, okay. I think I would, echo Commissioner Williams. I just don't think this is necessary. We have banners in the public right-of-way. We have lots of signage downtown. This is massive signage. It feels like there's something that could be done, but yeah, for me, this is, maybe blows the ordinance a little too far up.
I have a different take on this, as I've commented on other times, both with staff and the Planning Commission, that Community College has a sign, Finkelstein sign, that was not approved by this board and is supposed to be removed because it doesn't. It overshadows a beautiful church in downtown on Division, St. Mark's. And I know this is not related to that sign, but I have to make that public, or made that known, that I don't think there's been, in one case at least, that I know of some irresponsibility in terms of their signage program.
Is it possible for me to make comment? Or is this not open?
Are you the applicant?
No, I'm just comment on this signage.
This is a site plan review case, so there isn't a public hearing. So while there's opportunities for the applicant to speak, if it's related to this case and you're not the applicant, then that would take place at the end of the meeting.
Okay. I'll wait.
Just taking a virtual walk through the neighborhood, it looks like, I think one of the representatives of the applicant mentioned that when you're at the corner here of Division and Crescent, that you're on campus. I don't know that that's necessarily true. If you look down the block, you will be on campus eventually. But it looks like there are a couple of upper level signs that have been added in the past year or two to other buildings not owned by the applicant that we didn't contemplate, that were done through the permitting process and presumably would just meet the standards for this district, which I think would be appropriate for here too. I understand that this is a planned sign program, and so changes to the program need to come back to us and we'd need to approve those, but I think holding them to the same standards as their neighbors probably makes sense here. And those neighbors could have come to us and asked for larger signs as part of some special request, and they didn't.
Do we ask for the same kind of outreach on something like this that we do for other developments, or are signs not included in engaging neighbors?
Elizabeth or Laura, I would say generally no for planned sign program because it is not a public hearing. So when things are otherwise permitted, we have different levels of engagement that have been historically expected of the Planning Commission. certainly welcome to feedback if that's something we should be encouraging in the future.
I'm trying to remember, I know we had a sign sort of on a residential street for a church and it was electronic. Was that a public hearing case because it was electronic?
Yeah, exactly. So it depends on the nature of the application. There are certainly sign requests that do necessitate public hearings where community or neighborhood engagement is encouraged.
Okay.
If I could add one more thing. For the initial plan sign program, that was noticed as a public hearing. Generally, we don't notice amendments to plan sign programs as public hearings. We rarely get input. Although today it looks like someone would have liked to have input, but for amendments, we generally don't.
Because it's not required by the ordinance.
It's not required by the ordinance. We can do it, but it's not required.
And the purpose of engagement for our benefit is to help us gauge our determination of how the standards apply to the situation, right? Which is my way of saying.
I understand that, but it's not part of the plan sign program, and wouldn't neighbors sometimes want, I mean, you can become sign city down here, but their input may have some relevance. Like, I understand why we haven't done it, though.
Yeah, my point being, it's the standards that we have to make our decision based on, and public testimony helps inform our interpretation, but it's still the standards that are the basis for our decisions, which is where I liked where Laurel was going with, like, what do the standards actually say in this very particular case?
So I don't, maybe a feeler of where we are. I'm inclined, if I was to make a motion right now, it would be for denial. I'm curious how other commissioners are feeling.
I think there have been some good arguments, Kyle in particular, and the standards you went through to warrant denial.
Your thoughts?
I'm just reviewing the standards.
Yeah, any?
Slightly interesting question. Within the ordinance, could they maybe do 2 signs on the side?
So any change to the plan sign program would require planning commission approval. Plan sign programs are intended to address unique needs of a development or of a building that maybe fall outside of the sign ordinance requirements. So typically, we do see them for either large developments, commercial developments, or for institutional campuses like this, where the sign needs are a little bit more unique than a single building. And so because of that flexibility that is inherently embedded within that plan sign program, meaning although you have standards, there's quite a bit of latitude for the planning commission to consider different alternatives. It's not intended to be used as a way to circumvent the ordinance, however, which is why we refer you back to your standards. So with that flexibility comes very limited flexibility once the plan sign program is approved. So while, yes, there may be options for them to look at 2 signs or more, that would still require planning commission consideration because you look at it holistically about the fact that you gave quite a bit of flexibility to begin with the number of signs and the placements to address the specific needs of this campus. And so you would need to evaluate the additional signage in light of that underlying intent. It was a very long-winded answer, but I just wanted to help reorient us to the plan sign program and that blessing and the curse that goes with it.
Gotcha.
And just humor me, what would be allowed on the parking structure side there, which would be, to me, more pedestrian scale, maybe a stronger potential.
Well, so some of that depends on what would the Planning Commission allow. But if you're asking for general baseline ordinance of a wall sign, I'm going to scroll down.
Maximum 32, it depends on the
Linear frontage.
feet, but no greater than 32 square feet.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So 32 square feet would be the maximum, up to the maximum, depending on that linear frontage of that wall.
For a wall sign, what about an upper level?
Oh, my goodness. All right.
I'm sorry. Since this is, it was, I think, stated this is between an upper level and a wall sign
Yep. let me just-
in the intent and placement.
1.25 square feet per 1 linear foot of building wall. My computer has died, so I cannot measure. So we need to measure the length of that building.
Let's say 86 feet. Just at the upper level, at least.
That's on the line side.
So you said 86 feet times
I'm just
1.25.
spitballing based on
is
the scale
100
here.
Yeah, it's 107 feet. That would be the linear length, and then there's maximum letter heights that would give us 107 linear feet, and that would, yeah. Did I say that right, Elizabeth?
I think so. Square feet.
Square feet, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, 107 square feet, and then the letter height.
48 inches of letter height,
Thank you.
if it were an upper level sign on the division side.
Oh, I was looking at the north-facing elevation where the sign is proposed.
Oh, okay, on that
But-
side, 102.
Okay. That was my next question, is procedurally, if we were okay with an amendment to the planned sign program to include a sign on this elevation and not just strictly opposed to it, would a tabling allow for them to bring back something that fits within our intent for this area, as opposed to a denial in which they could not come back within a certain period of time?
So
Well, with the same application, I
The same
suppose. They could amend the application, but then that would require more processing, more fees, all that, right?
Yeah, so procedurally, I would say yes, if there's a desire to have the applicant come back with an alternative, presuming that they were willing to have an alternative that were addressing the comments that were made, that might be a better question for them, but procedurally, you could do that.
Jim, can we take your temperature?
Sure.
What's your temperature?
About 99.
We would appreciate, I think, the opportunity to come back rather than to look at some opportunity for something, yes.
I guess, from my perspective, I understand the desire to improve wayfinding, to identify what this building is or who it belongs to or where you are in downtown. I think that makes sense. But effectively, and I understand that this is not for promotion of off-site commercial use, it's larger than billboards that we would allow in this district, which I don't think is appropriate for an on-site sign. And I do think, to our standards, I think it doesn't further the goals and objectives of the sign ordinance as it's written. I think that there are things that we can address in the future and review the sign ordinance. I think we've had some, things are different. Signs are different nowadays, and so it's okay to look at that and explore that. But I'm fairly confident that even after we review that this type of a sign wouldn't necessarily fit with our desired goals for what we see down here. But yes, I think that it'd be appropriate for there to be signage here. I just don't think that this is it. And so I'd be inclined to table this so that the applicant can come back with something that fits closer with the zone district here, what's allowable, or at least closer to it. Understanding that it's a unique building architecturally, and there may be some challenges with elevation and all that.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it is.
I support.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion is tabled. Okay, the motion carries.
Doesn't matter if it's open or not because it wasn't a public hearing, right?
Correct.
It doesn't need to be a date certain.
It's tabled open, so when they come back to us with, pardon me? It's tabled until the applicant comes back with a revised plan that would address the concerns that have been stated
And then you just need a motion to take it off the table again.
when they come back.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Kristen, can you just remind us, because some people might be wondering, why do our different colleges and universities seem to have different rules to live by in our city?
I might phone a friend on this one down the table, but generally there are there's different laws that facilitate different needs of public institutions and specifically state land grant colleges that are called out in the law that, how do I word that, that don't require them to adhere to zoning specifically. Did I say that well enough?
Absolutely, and I think, there's only one of those types of institutions here, which is called out by name in the ordinance, and I can't speak to why that was done necessarily.
Yeah.
So in layman's terms, Grand Valley State University can do whatever they want from a signage perspective.
Well, also Grand Valley has, there is pardon me? There's an MOU and in article, going back several years, there is something in our ordinance about state universities that facilitate a different process for that necessitate the creation of an MOU, and I think it's a master plan with the city. And that specifically is what was used in discussion with Grand Valley's expansion plans. I think Michigan State is the one that's specific in the state law.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't ultimately matter, I guess, except if you're a member of the public and you're wondering,
Yeah.
like, why can some people do something and somebody can't? It's always been confusing.
Yeah. Different state legislations have impacts locally about what can and can't be done, and public institutions, state land grant colleges are one of those that are have different permissions and exceptions.
Okay, thank you. Then on our agenda, we have Planning Commission discussion. Anything for Planning Commission to discuss in particular? And then we end our meeting with an open public comment period. So now anyone may come up to the microphone, introduce yourself. You'll have up to 3 minutes to share what's on your mind.
I passed these out for reference. I'm Wendy Stock, and I am the endowment chair at St. Mark's Episcopal Church at 134 Division. I'm also on the Finance Committee and a member of the church for 52 years. And we are a neighbor, obviously, of this, of the Grand Rapids Community College campus. I'm here on behalf of St. Mark's to object to the signage request, but now it's an opportunity for me to share an issue that we've been discussing for some time. And that is that the approved sign plan that was approved on February 25th of 21 stated that this Raleigh J. Finkelstein lighted rooftop sign located above our church is in violation of the City of Grand Rapids ordinances and is not approved as part of the Planning Commission approval. And I have excerpts, or I have the copy of the minutes from that meeting, if you'd like to see those as well. But those minutes stated that the planning director, quote, Ms. Turkelson clarified that is the rooftop sign that the Planning Commission doesn't support, but they are comfortable with the Grand Rapids Community College sign installed immediately underneath the sign. She indicated that the staff would work with the Grand Rapids Community College on a timeline for removal of the rooftop sign, end quote. And that's stated in the minutes. Nothing has been done to remove that sign in the past 3 years, and I can't get any information or cooperation in understanding what the plan is going forward. So I was here to make a resolution that the Finkelstein sign lighted rooftop be removed because it is inappropriate for the Planning Commission to approve any additional signs for the Grand Rapids Community Campus or surrounding buildings. So I guess that's what I'd like to do. It's just to state my concern about the lack of enforcement, that it was more of a build it now and ask for forgiveness later, and that's what's happened. And there hasn't been any implementation. As you can see, that's a pretty unattractive site, and I even saw that you had it in one of your photos here. The daylight is not attractive, at night it's worse. But it is, you come up Pearl Street and that's what you see. You would think that it was the Finkelstein Memorial Chapel there instead of our church. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ron Vanderveen. I'm an attorney with Boston Glacier of 940 Monroe Avenue Northwest, and I want to speak to you. I want to read a portion of a letter that we've just prepared and passing copies down. I think we need a couple more here. There. To Ms. Turkelson about Grand Action 2.0 Amphitheater. And what I want to read is as follows. We represent Daniel Hibma, Terry Lynn Land, Hal Fruit, Peter Steensma. They are condominium owners in the Plaza Tower building. Their condominiums are approximately 2,000 feet from the proposed amphitheater. Over the past months, they've attended Planning Commission and City Council meetings, met with the Planning Department and Grand Action 2.0. More recently, they appreciated the opportunity to meet to attend the 30% review meeting with Grand Action 2.0 and Ms. Turkelson. The amphitheater would be a great asset to the community if responsibly designed. However, they are very concerned that the developer is not properly addressing the noise nuisance that they are creating. From what we see, they are ignoring the impact on the residential property to the north. Initially, the amphitheater design faced to the south, away from the Plaza Tower condominiums and hotels. Just prior to the June 22, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, the layout was rotated to face north towards the Plaza Tower and other downtown buildings. We are told that this change better utilized the land and address concerns that the noise from the venue would have negatively impacted the residential area to the south. We are concerned that the developer has merely redirected the noise towards Plaza Tower and has not mitigated the noise. The developer did obtain and provide a rather limited sound study by IDBRI, I think that's pronounced right. On June 12, 2023, Ms. Turkelson asked Soundscape Engineering to assist her in reviewing the IDBRI report. More specifically, she asked Soundscape Engineering to study, state whether they agree with the findings, and provide any additional recommendations that may help mitigate any potential negative impact. Soundscape provided their peer review report at 12 a.m. on June 22, the day of the Planning Commission public hearing. Soundscape's peer report included comments on 11 areas of concern. Among them, Soundscape's peer review report criticized the developer's plans as incomplete. In particular, Soundscape recommended further analysis of the anticipated noise levels. That was in their cover email dated June 22. Soundscape referred to the IDBRI report as limited. For example, the Soundscape report indicates IDBRI's report is limited to the A-weighted sound levels and does not consider the effect of music layered upon background noises. Soundscape recommended that the developer's sound report be expanded. Soundscape recommended that you should require highly directional loudspeakers as buffering for nearby properties. Soundscape recommended that the guests should be required to use the owner's sound system.
Thank you. Your time's up.
You're welcome. Thanks.
To continue, Soundscape recommended inquiring that the owner be responsible for control over the sound system. Soundscape recommended that the developer should increase the height of the barrier or berm behind the seating area. I see that you have reviewed this report with Bill Culhane prior to your response to Soundscape in your 9:03 a.m. email. The Soundscape peer review was not presented to the Planning Commission. We have not seen where the developer has addressed the above issue with respect to the residences to the north of the proposed amphitheater. Soundscape's peer review is consistent with the peer review report by Mr. Rick Colano of Colano and Saha Incorporated. The sound expert engaged by our clients, Mr. Hibmer, reports that he gave you the Colano report. We do not see these recommendations have been addressed. In addition to the peer report, Mr. Colano has reported that the Pine Knob and Freedom Hill amphitheater noise impact, along with the on-site 48-hour test of Plaza Towers. Peter Steensma provided extensive modeling reports which are all provided to you and the planning director, other city staff, planning commissioners, and directly to Grand Action 2.0. The minutes of the June 22, 23 Planning Commission meeting reflect that Mr. Culhane testified that the sound levels would be less than 45 decibels at the Plaza Tower and other buildings in the area. The statement was in direct response to questioning by Hal Fruit. In response to concerns raised by Mr. Rosenboom, Mr. Culhane also represented that the wall could be added to the top of the berm to mitigate noise issue. At the public hearing, the Planning Commission expressed concerns with noise issue. June 22nd of 23 minutes approving the special land permit also state that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes. The applicant shall continue to work with the city to evaluate potential sound noise resulting from the use and implementation of any necessary mitigation measures throughout final site architectural design and extent necessity. Your email to Soundscape on June 22 indicated that I share with him, Bill Culhane, that your preliminary comments give me concern about the sound impact. I believe the purpose above was to allow time for Soundscape's team to complete their review of submitted noise study and alleviate those concerns. I have not seen an updated report in the city's FOIA response. As noted above, Mr. Culhane testifies that the noise would not exceed 45 dB at the buildings around the amphitheater. However, less than a month later, on July 14 of 23, Mr. Culhane admitted that in an email to Kara Wood that the amphitheater would produce sound levels of 62 to 75 decibels in the dBA range at the upper floors of Plaza Tower. At the meeting earlier this month and at previous meetings, the developer would not discuss the anticipated dBC range, noise levels saying they were not at liberty to discuss them. They did admit that at those meetings that the sound level at Plaza Tower would be in the 69 decibel range.
Thank you. May we have your name for the record?
Oh, Hal Fruit. Sorry.
Thank you.
Dan Hibma. It is not appropriate to ignore the DBC range of sound. The DBC range is generally used for entertainment facilities like the amphitheater because of the low-range rhythmic sounds produced by music groups. I'm sure you have occasionally experienced a car with a loud stereo next to you at the traffic light. You hear the thumping from and feel the vibration of the low-range instruments, often without hearing the upper-range instruments and vocals. The sounds of the DBC range run 25 decibels higher and travel further than the DBA range as indicated in Mr. Colano's report. Based on Mr. Culhane's projections for the DBA range, we can anticipate a DBC range readings upward to 94 decibels at the Plaza Tower. While the plans include some noise mitigation measures that will help with the lower floors in the Plaza Tower, the current proposed measures are not effective for condominium units above the 10th floor. The developer's sound expert indicated that the sound would mix with the outdoor noises and dissipate over the river. This is not accurate. We have seen no mitigation measures to protect the resident units above the 10th floor as required by the Planning Commission. One area of possible confusion is the site plan approval process. The Planning Commission approved a special land use but only gave conceptual approval of a preliminary site plan. It required sound mitigation in the final site plan. Mr. Hibma indicated that he was told the Planning Commission would not be reviewing the site plan review. However, I see the zoning ordinance section 5.112 requires the Planning Commission to review a site plan for special land uses in all zoning districts. The amphitheater is a special land use, thus the final site plan must be reviewed by the Planning Commission. When will this happen? The need for noise mitigation is more important now that the city has exempted the amphitheater from its prohibited noise ordinance. The amphitheater is the only live entertainment facility exempted from the prohibited noise ordinance, giving less protection to the Plower Tower residents and hotels than anybody else in the city. For this reason, we must make sure that the site plan adequately buffers the Plaza Tower as required by the zoning ordinance, in particular, the zoning ordinance sections 5.9112, 5.1208, and 5.1209, having to deal with noise spilling over to the residential properties and the buffer that's needed, and you even talked about it in the meeting tonight. I'm sure you can understand how noise at 94 dBc, which is 2.4 times louder than a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, allowed until at least 11 p.m. approximately 54 times per season, plus pre-concert sound checks, is not appropriate to impose upon residents and creates a nuisance. I have understood that you have just conducted a 30% noise mitigation review. After the 30% review meeting, the developer promised to provide the 30% report, including the mitigation of the noise. Now, about 3 weeks later, this has not been provided.
Thank you. Rob Howard, Boston Glacier. We request that for future and final reviews, you require noise mitigation measures to protect the upper-level Plaza Towers residents from the amphitheater noise. The developer should be required to mitigate sound to less than 45 decibels as stated at the June 22nd Planning Commission meeting and incorporated into the special land use approval. Mitigation up front will avoid the possibility of litigation in the future. Mr. Culhane testified to the Planning Commission that a wall is possible to redirect the sound and protect the area residents. In closing, our clients are in favor of the downtown amphitheater. They want to see the amphitheater built. They just want the city to protect them from a noise nuisance by requiring measures to mitigate the noise, just like it does on other projects. Thank you for your time, and please refer to the letter for more detailed instructions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Colano. I'm a licensed professional engineer, board certified in noise control engineering, and co-founder of Colano and Saha Engineers, a 37-year-old acoustical engineering firm in Waterford, Michigan. I'm here today to provide you an overview of my opinions on the proposed Grand Rapids Amphitheater. During my professional life, I've been involved in measuring, evaluating, predicting, and solving noise problems in a wide variety of outdoor noise venues that include the Pine Knob Music Theater in Clarkston, Michigan, Freedom Hill Amphitheater in Sterling Heights, Michigan, the Frederick Meyer Garden Amphitheater here in Grand Rapids, a proposed amphitheater at the Michigan State Fairgrounds in Detroit, Michigan. And we also looked at the Greektown Casino Hotel, which is an all-glass building facade that was adversely noise impacted by low-frequency bass music originating from a rooftop deck on a bar restaurant several blocks away. I've reviewed the preliminary design specifics of the proposed Grand Rapids Amphitheater and have projected its sound levels to the Plaza Tower building based upon sound levels we measured at the Pine Knob Music Theater in Clarkston over the course of a season of concerts. And I'm here to tell you that this amphitheater project, the proposed Grand Rapids Amphitheater project, if it continues along its current design, it will create a serious adverse noise problem, not only for the residents of Plaza Tower building, but also for any residents in downtown high-rise buildings within 1 mile of the amphitheater. We've offered mitigation measures to the design team which reduce low-frequency noise, only to be told by Mr. Culhane that the project doesn't have the budget for these items. Well, I can assure you that without proper attention to low-frequency sound control, this project will be a disaster, not only for the resident owners of the Plaza Tower building, but also other downtown Grand Rapids residents. So I urge you to send this project back to the drawing board because it's ill-conceived and will only create noise intrusion problems for residents in your fair city once it's built. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrew, 3rd Ward, Andrew Carley, enthusiast of urbanism and the amphitheater project, I would say. I don't know if we understand how noisy our freeway is, but our freeway is incredibly noisy. Freeways in the United States average about 65 to 75 decibels at about 100 feet. So the amphitheater project itself, it will be no louder than the 131 freeway based on the testimonies of the engineers that are designing it. It's a good argument to tear down the freeway though, because the freeway is very noisy. And then we're in public comment, right? Okay, cool. I just received word today that Strong Towns and Grand Rapids, so Strong Towns, Grand Rapids, and the city of Grand Rapids was nominated for the Strongest Town competition. We are competing in the Striving for Safe Streets. We are one of 4 cities in the nation to be chosen with the honor of competing. So they will be making official announcements relatively shortly. But I do want to congratulate you guys on helping us achieve that. The Strongest Town competition is within the Strong Towns circles, national organizations, Congress for New Urbanism, in general, like progressive city organizations is actually a really big deal. And you guys are part of helping us get there, which is absolutely fantastic. And I'm really super excited to hopefully win this thing come in April. So we'll be, my organization will be posting some stuff out. I believe we'll be doing a media outreach there. And then once we get a little bit more official stuff on the next steps there, I'll probably send an email to planning and we can distribute it that way to see how much support we can drum up and how much civic pride we can drum up in the city of Grand Rapids. But again, thank you for your hard work and dedication. And I am, again, super ecstatic for what's to come.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Public comment.
Or public comment, and we are adjourned.